Hey, potato. What's up, boy? You are here. I are here too. Yes. Okay. We are doing more infiltrators. And I think I'm going to don the gloves once more. It's still a little cool in here. How are you, potato? What's be up? Eh. Awake? Me too. I actually have already been awake. Is that Zophiana ready? Yes. Good. I want to talk to Zophiana. Uh, First what I was saying before was I've actually been awake for a very long time, relatively speaking. For me, I've been along for a while. Alright, not long. Along? Awake. Where'd along come from? I don't know. Yes. Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you actually eat people, Sophiana? Uh, no, did you read through the rules I put for the 3v1? And if so, what do you think? Does that all make some sense? Oh, Red's here too. Great. Same question for you, Red. I only eat under consent. Oh, you look for the people that like the vor. I see. If you don't know what that is, don't look it up. I'm just doing you a favor right now. Just don't do it. What am I looking for? I feel like I was already gonna look for something. Don't know what it was. All right, let's look at what we were working on yesterday. We were working on not that guy, this guy, and we were trying to find appropriate gum. You skimmed through it. Were you a little underdressed or? I shall hydrate. That's a good call. What's the question for you? Have you looked in the Discord in the tabletop simulator thread and read the scenario rules and the list building rules I put in there? I also already put in my list and my secondaries and Zofiano's list, and they haven't picked their secondaries yet. Already in there, actually. I made my list last night after doing a bunch of research and kind of figuring out what seemed to me a relatively balanced setup to make the scenario kind of make sense, as far as restrictions and rulings and stuff. Because unlike some other games like Super Smash Bros, Warhammer, this is for potatoes benefit mostly. Um, Warhammer is intrinsically designed to be a 1v1 game, and I am making a 3v1 because I thought it was funny. Basically, I'm taking a 1v1 uh, turn-based strategy that already intrinsically has massive balance problems and trying to make a balanced 3v1 out of it. Because I am clearly insane. It's not something anyone should really do. Speaking of being funny, I'm making an infiltrator that's like running at the enemy. Should I make this the radio guy? Like it's the comms guy that's the most aggressive one in the squad that's just running at the enemy. What's the mod for tabletop simulator for 40k? The it's not a mod so much as buying map packs. Not buying them, sorry. Going in a community hub and or the workshop in a community hub and getting like map packs and model packs that are just there. I don't know of a giant overall mod for a tabletop simulator. I've never had to use one before that was like a full-on mod. Um, I haven't selected the map yet. As last night I basically I just made up the rules and made my list, and that was as far as I got on it. I actually was reading a lot to figure out like like to get fully up to date on the Arcs of Omen. I'm not even fully up to date, but like the stuff required for the scenario, Arcs of Omen stuff and all that. Because we are using the Arcs of Omen, uh, like tournament pack for most of the rules, like for the order of operations for game creation and stuff like that. What and I listed all of the changes I made, but we're basing it on that. Yeah, I mean it's 3K point. You just so here's the thing, right? The biggest advantage you have, considering that it's if you look at the victory points, it's the three of our victory points with six secondaries between us added together versus your five secondaries. Your biggest advantage is the fact that you have 3K points. So I was like, you know what? 3K points, just go wild. You can take a Titan. I don't recommend it. It won't win you the game. It will kill a lot of stuff maybe before it dies. And then there goes most of your list, if not your entire list, depending if you take a Warhound or a Reaver. I think won't win, but very fun. It'd be very fun. It'd also be a very short game because honestly, I think it would be like 2 turns long the entire game because it'd be like a turn of you blowing the crap out of us and then us blowing you up, basically. I mean, yeah. I was the one. I thought about it. I sat down and thought about it, and I'm like, okay, how do I give Red a chance here? Okay, he's got 3K points. He can do whatever he wants with that 3K points. I mean, you still have, like, the rule of 3. Thunderhammer's H... Oh, Thunderhammer's Ho! Yeah, right? Yeah, and if you looked at my list, it's got 9 Eradicators with, heavy melter rifles, with a captain, with an apothecary. Like, have fun. As well as 2 Contemptors with Volkites. I got four Volkite Culverins. Unfortunately, I couldn't fit the missiles in there, too, but that would have been then 4 crack missiles. Yeah, but I mean, like, all I'm gonna do is kill stuff. That's my entire strategy. Zophiana might actually do something more sophisticated, and who knows what Venom's gonna do. It's gonna be his first game ever. I was like, hey, Venom, just do a bunch of, like, intercessors and infiltrators. Like, just do that, and then go from there. I don't know. I have no idea what Venom's gonna do. Venom might just ask me to make a list for him, and we might do that. Who knows? I don't know. Zophiana, uh, shock surprise. Zophiana's actually a dude. Funny story, but no, it's not. Now you got me saying it. He's not bringing the 70 Iron Hands. It is still like Raven Guard, 3 Raven Guard. Plus, well, one of the Raven Guard's successor that is secretly. Um, yeah, I only bring it up because it's funny. I think I find it amusing. So anyway, no, that's a 2K list of Iron Hands, and this is still, relatively speaking, three Raven Guard versus Night Lords. Like they are using Raven Guard successor rules effectively. Try to find all my gun arms I made last night before I ended. I should just dump this out again. I don't know why I don't. I guess I'm trying to be a little cleaner today. But you know what? Creation happens. What's up, too? You are still here. Sorry, none of this makes sense to you. I'm the only time Night Lords fight fair. Ugh, yikes. Yikes, yikes, yeah. That's why I wasn't dumping all this stuff out. Put this over here. Put this here. What am I doing? I'm secretly Night Lords. I have a harder hate boner for Night Lords than the Raven Guard. He was waiting for. Yeah, my subconscious was telling me, don't dump the stuff out. It's not going to work in your favor. And I'm like, what's the worst that could happen? Oh yeah, Potato can be here. That's the worst timeline. Potatoes in chat, worst timeline. He's gonna make me paint this tack marine when I'm trying to build infiltrators. Exactly. I need my palette to be moist, and apparently also my leg. All right. So, let's do the timer. What was I gonna say? It was something about the rules, the scenario rules. Moist. Yeah, we're gonna pull a Miniac here. Moist. Miniac, it was actually Miniac's videos that like helped me the most in learning how to use an airbrush, how to paint non-metallic metal, and how to paint freehand. He has amazing long detailed videos on those three subjects. And he's not an overwhelmingly good painter. So you don't feel like it's just like okay, I have to wiki unambiguation page. Disambiguation page. Are you talking about Isvan the system, Isvan 3, or Isvan 5? Moist. Well, the system of Isvan is all of the above, actually. So, the one that made Ravengard have the hate boner against the Night Lords? Isvan 5. I really just might run 3k points of Legionaries. Oh, just like Infantry Swarm? I mean, if you wanna. The story of this van is never getting any hoes. Are you, like, drunk, Psy? Like, I sound pretty slurred, I have to say. Source Fan 5. Unless you're actually referring to Gay 42. But I'm gonna assume it's Fan 5. It's Fan 5. So, we already went through Horse and the other initial 4 traders, or, as far as the Imperium is concerned, anyway. It's not slur, it's... I will stack another 10 minutes on after this one, I suppose, Red. Fine, we are just painting Tactical Marine today, I guess. Anyway, okay. So, Isvan 3 happened. The Sons of Sons of Horus, Death Guard, World Eaters, and Emperor's Children purged their ranks of the Loyalists. Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard got away as a loyalist and went and warned Dorn, and Dorn put together a reaction force to put down the rebellion, which composed of eight. Let me count through them. Hold on. Ravengard, Iron Hands, Salamanders, Word Bearers, Night Lords, Alpha Legion. I saw something on my screen and it messed me up. Sorry. Ravengard, Salamanders, Iron Hands, Word Bearers, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, and I swear there was like one more. Was there not one more? Maybe it was all of them. Maybe it was just 7. Okay, 7. So 7 legions against 4, right? It's yeah. 7 legions, unknowing that 4 of them, I really thought it was 5. No, it can't be 5, because that would make 9, and 1,000 Suns were not involved. Okay, so 7. So 4 of them, 4 out of the 7 were secretly already were already sworn to Horus, sworn to rebellion. It's not a slur, it's 2 minutes. Jeez. Uh, so the initial drop site on Isfahan 5 where the known traitors had prepared for the assault occurred, with the first wave being the Raven Guard, Salamanders, and Iron Hands, led by their Primarchs. The fight begins, and it's going, pretty well, actually. All things considered, pretty well. Then, as the plan went, as the plan was supposed to be, the other 4 legions had set up, in the drop site, fortifying it as you would in such a situation, appropriately. Alpha Legion Light Lords, Iron Warriors, and large contingent Red Word Bears. Thank you, Red. They fortified the drop site, as was the plan while the other 3 were assaulting the enemy forces, and then when the other 3 came back for restock, resupply, and to allow the 4 legions of the second wave to take to the field, they were met with the lined up forces of these legions, and right before their ranks met, they opened fire, catching the other 3 legions, most specifically the Raven Guard and the Salamanders, completely unawares. The Iron Hands were still going ham, charging at the Emperor's Children. They really had a hate boner going on at that moment. So with the Iron Warriors and Alpha Legion, I believe, particularly aimed at the Raven Guard, for example, they tore them apart. Thousands upon thousands of Astartes, of loyalist Astartes, died within moments. And the real Isfahan massacre began. And through the battle, one loyalist Primarch was killed. Ferrus Manus was beheaded by Fulgrim. Vulcan was believed to have died when the Iron Warriors literally nuked him. But he's a perpetual, so he literally cannot die. It's just part of his thing. And Corvus Corax nearly killed Lorgar before being fought off by Kurz, and led the Raven Guard into a several-week-long guerrilla campaign, fighting retreat, basically, until they were saved by their reserve fleet elements coming in from Deliverance. Yeah, Vulcan's shtick is literally like built-in plot armor. That's not even a joke. Perpetuals are a hyper-rare genetic mutation that effectively makes the person in question Deadpool. Like, I am not joking. They are straight up Deadpool. They have, like, it's not exactly sure what or why or how it works, but they literally cannot. Nothing can kill them unless their perpetual nature is somehow removed from them, which apparently is possible, but only through warp shenanigans. Magic, basically. Because for a period of time, Vulcan actually had his, actually, was it Vulcan or was it, the other guy? I don't know, someone did have their perpetual nature removed. Oh yeah, it was John Grammaticus. John Grammaticus was an agent for the Alpha Legion that was a perpetual, and, an artificial perpetual, actually. You can artificially make a perpetual. It's extremely hard, but you can do it. Which book has the drop cited? The main one is it's book 3, I believe. It's the Fulgrim one. Or Fulgrim. Yeah, I think it's just literally called Fulgrim. It's like 5 pages long. And then you get snippets of it in a bunch of other ones. Like the first Heretic has Corax nearly killing Lorgar, and then the Nihon are saving him. And I assume it's mentioned a few other locations. Yeah, actually, The nuking of Perturabo was just in one of the short stories I just listened to as I'm going through the Age of Darkness short story collection, while I wait for the Audible credits to allow me to get the end of the death. Ah, Fulcrum. Just got an update. There's a chance we might not have Voton to paint next week. It's still possible, but it's not. It's not as guaranteed as we thought. Might be the week after. Anyway. Oh, the 10-minute timer is up. Reset. I'm just gonna set for 20. All right, 20 minutes. I should. Man, guys are making me consider putting a bits. Son of a. Make it 40. Yeah. This is what I get for not prepping one of the infiltrators to be the other mini. It's just I'm doing such heavy conversions that just takes us a long time to prep like one of them. All right, for 40 minutes, we're painting this TAC Marine. And yeah, the end of it is that basically the vast majority of the Iron Hand Salamanders and Raven Guard were annihilated. They were from there on referred to as the Shattered Legions, and were considered uh, strategically removed from the equation as far as the Greater Horus Heresy was concerned, as they could no longer make massive strategic moves in the war. I have more than enough points to make it just a Tech Marine painting stream. Yeah, I'm sure a couple of you do by this point. Is why I'm thinking about changing that button a little bit. Yeah, I should have had literally any of the other minis for my Arcs of Omen list, like, ready to paint, but I wanna convert them, and now I'm painting this. Ah! What's the list about? How about everyone went to the last second? Ah! There was a funny moment in the first Heretic where a word bearer radioed the Iron Warriors that were artillery barraging the location where the word bearers were fighting whoever. It was like, "You're hitting us as much as them," and the Iron Warriors like, "Ha, are you complaining? Is there a way you could set it to only be usable a limited number of times per stream instead of like only one per number of minutes?" Well, I mean, a stream is. Oh, you mean by per person? I don't know. I mean, let me go look. Mm-hmm. Yes. Limit redemptions per stream. Yeah, that's the thing I can do. Limit redemptions per user per stream. Ah, that seems better. A limit has been placed. And unless you guys can see it, I'm not going to tell you what that limit is. How much or how it works. It is a mystery for a lot of you to figure out. And this is why I said straight up it was getting turned off when I have a commission going. Minding my hobbies, Pro Sable Brush. They are the best. So yeah, the Night Lords were one of the guys that basically shot the Raven Guard in the face when they came back for restock and resupply. What paint? I'm currently using Citadel Dawnstone. Man, I got no idea how people like consistently made these old Marines look good. They're so like I don't know, wonky proportion wise, proportion edges. All their edges are so soft. Anyway, make these what? These old Marines like look good back in the day, consistently. Because these are actually very old sculpts. Oh, yeah, this specific guy, which has seen some alterations, is from the 6th edition Dark Vengeance box, which for a reference point, we're about to go into 10th edition. So this is nearly 4 editions old. The specific Marine. Using an, I think, early 7th edition bolter. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so right, so that's Isfahan. Uh, Raven Guard in particular were reduced from 90,000 Marines to about 3 in like one battle that in its totality lasted for the Raven Guard anyway a couple weeks, or was a couple months, something like that. I don't know. It wasn't like that long in the grand scheme of things, especially for like Space Marines and Primarchs. They lost 87,000 Marines. Let's participate in a 500,000 point game against each other for a week straight at one game. Good lord. I don't think any of our machines could handle trying to pull up the the models for 500,000 points. That is 250,000. That's not even a week. That's a month. That's like an actual campaign in like a real life war. Probably better to have it so where as a timer between pain and different many. Well, probably in the long term, as the audience grows, probably because you know, if we have 60 people watching, then yeah, eh. I think I just gave away part of the function, but I'm gonna let you guys figure. Homie had 7 stays nights so he can spend the weekend moving his army for his moon phase. Yeah, yeah, no, seriously, seriously. The only way I can imagine that being remotely realistic is if you actually had a ton of players, right? You have a ton of players, and the fight actually looks more like uh alternating actions, but it's all you're alternating like an entire army instead of a single unit. And the person just doesn't come back and do anything for like a week because there's like 20 people after him that go. Although no, you couldn't even really do it like that because you need to be around to use like stratagems and defense saves, rolling defense. Yeah, no, just nonsense. I've heard of people doing games in the tens of thousands, and it takes like a weekend. Actually, my old game store before the current one had a 40,000 40K game between like 9 people, and it lasted 2 full days. And most of them said at that point was not even fun. Also, Death Guard kind of just won because no one could kill him. I could see it being a background game where it's like except in the middle of the house or office or whatever, you show up, do your movement or shooting, whatever, and then leave it when the next guy passes by, does his portion of a turn, yeah, throughout multiple days, slowly progress in this game in the background of your day. That'd be kind of cool if you had that many people in that local environment consistently. The downside is that because it'd be physical, that's tying up quite a bit of your collection at any given time. I guess not so much for people that play multiple armies, but for people like me, it's like, all right, that's that segment of my collection just not, I just can't use for however long. It is interesting to think of. Well, okay, there is something akin to that in a way, already, where it makes 40K into more of a game of risk. And actually, I mentioned that as a side thought in the TTS game thing, which is when they release 10th edition and they release the new Crusade rules, if we're actually going to continue doing the TTS thing, we could begin a Crusade League, which is long-term narrative 40K, where it's long campaigns split into a bunch of games where your armies level up and gain like additional abilities and you write narratives for it and everything. I did a little bit of one in my local game store a few years back when Crusade first came out, and it was my favorite way of playing 40K, like bar none. Easy. Because part of what you do is you make it so that you actually get bonus points if you write a narrative script before and after games that goes into a big log that everyone can read through and stuff, which makes it so fascinating. Actually, because everyone's going to do it if you literally get 10 victory points. So you get 10 victory points for being fully painted. That wouldn't be a thing in TTS because we're not painting our minis, but instead it would actually just be fully replaced by the stuff. But basically, you could start a game how we did. You could start a game with 20 victory points effectively by writing the narrative as well as being fully painted. So we would be doing it just the narrative bits. So we would have one channel for like organizing the games for people for everyone involved to organize your games. Probably another channel for the large scale narrative aspects because well we played around with this idea of there being a game master that kind of threw in large scale universal developments and big bad guys that people would have to deal with, kind of setting like the actual battlefield up so it's not completely like arbitrary and random what's going on and why you're fighting. And then another channel for just people putting in their little narrative snippets of their battles. And not all games would be streamed or recorded necessarily, but we'd be able to see, through the channels some of that stuff. It could be a really fascinating series, honestly. All right, I think that's all that's left is the backpack. I don't know why I keep putting the backpack off, but I keep putting the backpack off. This guy's actually almost done. Fortunately, I have 6 more attack marines and a rhino, and then actually intercessors. Well, the rhino I might want to do more stuff to attack. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm sure I can find more guys that are like ready to paint effectively. Alright, I guess I braced some here. Got 2 days to prep for 2 sessions. I got a slight lead in each, but I still gotta think up a plot. Fair enough. There's stuff in the Discord. Oh. Micah's live. That's all. The hardest part, where I just gotta sit here staring at a blank document thinking, what am I doing? Question should be, who am I doing? So, what was I thinking? I guess the person I gotta talk to the most about the 3v1 now is Venom, to ensure he understands everything that's going on. So, Red, how many Chaos Spawn are we going to be dealing with? I don't know if they're good right now. I just know last time I ran up against them, they were, like, ridiculously good. That was a couple years ago at this point. I had Word Bearers just, like, dunk on me with some Chaos Spawn. Like, just a bunch of Chaos Spawn. And Cultists. Chaos Spawn and Cultists. That was basically the whole list. He had, like, one squad of Chaos Space Marines. 5,000 Chaos Spawn. No. I think the most you even could take would be 9, actually. Actually, well, I don't remember how big of a unit you can make of Chaos Spawn. So, Potato, to help keeping from stupid levels of spam in reality. There's what's called the rule of three, which is that unless it's a troops unit, like a core infantry that kind of does most of the grunt work, you can only have up to 3 copies of the same datasheet. Now, granted, some of those datasheets can have a lot of people in them, so you still get a lot of models, but usually those models are predisposable. Sure, being limited to only 90 of some Tyranid Gribbly thing that I don't think any of their tiny Gribbly things that aren't, even are not troops, but anyway. Still seems like a lot. It's just, they're all so easy to kill individually. So for most tough stuff, you do end up with only being able to see like 9 or something like that. Did you know our good friend Sai here actually collects Tyranids? And actually has a pretty decent painting scheme on him. It's somewhere in the painted like the in 40K stuff. You'll probably have to scroll past a lot of Manos yellow orcs, but it's in there. Oh, you could probably just search it. Like search size posts in the 40K channels. Because I have to paint this tactical marine for another 18, no, well, closer to 19 minutes. Yeah. How do I want to deal with this belt? Do I even care? Meh. Uh, I have a little bit of cleanup on some of these highlights, and then this guy's basically done. Oh, and I need to put a Raven Guard transfer on his knee and his shoulder, but yeah. Keep you from doing the boring part? Okay. I did paint the backpack. It's trimmed. Backpack's not a different color. Not for these guys, anyway. Yeah, for Raven Guard, all their armor is black except for uh like their designation stuff. In fact, actually their guns are supposed to be this weird bluish steel color, but I don't like how it looks, and I think black casing looks a lot better. So I am far from the minority in that opinion. So most Raven Guard you'll see will have black gun cases as well. Cope, but okay. Hey, my minis, my rules. Raven Guard is supposed to be super like stoic and non-ornamentive in their armor too, but you know, even in canon they don't perfectly adhere to that. Oh yeah, because I was thinking about earlier, Potato, when I mention why we won't like straight up teach you 40k yet, because where's the page exactly? Okay. You see this book, right? You see how thick that is, right? This down is rules. This is the base rule book. This is not factions. This is just how to basically play a game. Now, granted, you're not going to use 100% of this. In fact, in a single game, you'll use probably like 8 or 9 pages of it. But like all of this exists in the game, and then this has had multiple expansions of books to then refine and adjust those that you then have to catch up on to our current one. And then you have to learn the rules for your faction, which involve a codex, which you know is half of that is you know roughly this is Space Marines rules to play, which then on top of that as a layer, you know, once you have that as a base, you then layer on their your sub faction supplement on that, which all of that those get FAQs to refine and alter them that you have to learn, right? And when all of that is going to change in like 3.5 months, why learn any of it? You know what I mean? Because it's not just like a new codex, it's like a new edition. So like um they're changing the core rules. Now, we've heard that, like, for the most part, it'll just be mostly refinements, but we have no idea what those refinements are exactly. So, and then traditionally, Space Marines are one of the first ones to get their codexes. So, if you go and play Space Marines, for example, their core faction rules are going to change. And I've also heard that the supplements are finally getting an update, as that supplement book is from 8th edition, but it's still considered legal. So yeah, that's why we're like just wait. We're just straight up not gonna teach you 9th edition. There's no point. Now, if it was 7th edition, 8th edition, there might be a point because they completely reworked the game from the ground up, going from 7th to 8th. They are like separate games. So learning 7th edition, which now is called Horus Heresy, which now has Horus Heresy 2.0, that's relevant. Fair enough. But the 9th edition 40k, there's no point now. Almost all tabletop games give me thick rulebooks. Like, yeah, like if you get the, you know, if you've never seen the physical D&D rulebooks, they're pretty chunky. I have all the basic 3.5 edition ones over on the shelf, and they're like the same size. So, I mean, what is still relevant is the stuff that you'll see if you watch the game stream where we actually play. That'll give you a basic idea of what the game always looks like, as far as just generalized interactions between the players in the game, but none of the rules will matter. It's not like a video game where we have the computer run all the code and stuff for you in the background. In table games, all that code is now instead a readable rule format instead, so the player themselves can run the game instead of the computer. That is absolutely correct. Yeah. So them doing a damage patch, you know, it's not like like Fortnite, where they just adjust the submachine gun's damage by, so many integers per bullet. It's like, okay, this weapon is now strength 5 and AP is neg 1 and damage 1, and you have to literally have that knowledge in your head or you will not be running the game correctly. So, it's a whole thing. Which, now that we're at like the end of the edition, there is so many updates to those rules that it's insanity. It's also why like no one basically learns all the rules to all the factions. They just learn the rules to the factions that they play. Like, I know very small segments of other codexes, but really all I actually know is Space Marines. Imagine every single Fortnite player had to keep track of and know their weapons damage and everyone else's weapons damage stats in order to play the game, period. Yeah, pretty much. It's a lot of, okay, so I'm going to shoot you with this weapon. This weapon has this much strength. Well, no, it'll be first. Like, here, okay, let me give you an example of what the gameplay looks like right now. I take Space Marine Intercessors. Movement 6 inches. I move them 6 inches in the direction. Move on to the shooting phase. In the shooting phase, I'm like, oh, okay, you see those cultists there. I'm going to shoot them. My guys have auto bolt rifles. So they have assault 3. So they have 3 shots. They are in range of 24 inches. I have a 3 up to hit, so I'm going to roll my hits. So I have 5 intercessors, so 15 shots. I roll 15 dice for every 3 or higher that shows up. Is a hit. I discard the 2s and the 1s and 2s. I take those dice. I say I have strength 4. What's the toughness of the cultists? Oh, they're toughness 3. Okay, so that means I wound on a 3. I then roll all the hitting dice, and then any 3 or higher again, I keep, discard the 2s and 1s, and I count those up, and I say, okay, cultist player, I have that was we'll say 7 hits turned into 4 wounds. That's 4 wounds. Say we're in a tactical doctrine, so the armor penetration is now -1. So that means your armor save of a 5 up is now a 6 up. You now have to roll armor saves trying to get a 6, basically. And for every die that is not a 6, they take 1 damage, which is 1 dead cultist each. So that he then removes. So say he rolls, 4 dice and he gets 1 6. So 3 cultist dies. So then it removes the cultists, right? So everyone has to know all of these, like, not just rules, but like stats of their guys and how to accurately convey those stats to their opponent so that you can go through the rule sequence correctly for the entire game all the time. It gets to the point that vast swaths of your own codex, you just know their entire stat line and abilities just by rote. Especially your troops. Like infiltrators that I use all the time. They are 5 to 10 man units, 1 sergeant. They're equipped with an uh, infiltrator bolt carbine, bolt pistol, frag grenades, crack grenades. Their movement 6, ballistic skill 3 up, weapon skill 3 up, strength 4, toughness 4, 2 wounds, 2 attacks. The sergeant has 3 attacks. Leadership 7. The sergeant is leadership 8. 3 up armor save. The infiltrator bolt carbine is a rapid fire 1, 24-inch range, strength 4, 0 AP, 1 damage. Bolt pistol is pistol 1, 12 inches? Yeah, 12 inches, I believe. You don't shoot with the pistols very often. You shoot them in melee. That's the whole point. Anyway, regardless, it's one shot. You only shoot in melee. Strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. Frag grenade is grenade D6, 6 inches. Yeah, so the pistol's 12 inches. Grenade 6 inches. Strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. Crack grenade is grenade D3. Grenade D3? No. Grenade 1. Sorry, the damage D3. Grenade 1, 6 inches. AP neg 1, I believe. Or is it 2? I don't use the crack grenades very often. Damage D3. Those guys never use grenades. Doesn't matter. Why you really take them is that they have the forward deploy rule, meaning that they can deploy in the beginning of the game in no man's land. They have objective secured. They have Infiltrator comms array, which means a 12-inch bubble around them people cannot deep strike into. It's really important. And they can take a mini gauntlet or a Infiltrator comms array, which I did I say Infiltrator comms array before? I meant Omni Scramblers. Sorry. Infiltrator comms array gives them a reroll once a hit. If you have a Phobos character with the Rights of War rule on the field, which means Phobos Captain or tactical precision. One of those two rules. So you can have a Phobos Lieutenant or a Phobos Captain, and depending on which, you get their rules for rerolling ones. Cave-in Strike also counts for that. I did forget the Infiltrator Bolt Carbine has the rule that if you hit on an unmodified roll of a 6, they auto wounds, so you just pass the wound rolling phase. See, like, this is a standard troop squad that I am, like, still going through, like, their entire data block. Like, there's just so much stuff, and if it's just gonna change, like, just don't bother trying to learn it right now. This guy basically done? I think this guy's basically done. Wait, I am wrong. I keep forgetting. I gotta do the. My brain is wrecking. I've lost my focus. I gotta do the transfers. Ugh. I'm sure if you guys tried hard enough, you actually could keep me painting this guy the entire stream, or painting TAC Marines. Where did I put my transfers? Over here. I should just be using the Horus Heresy transfers for this. I do have some Ravens left on here. Are these small ones? Those are small ones. I don't want small ones. I'm not toxic, you're toxic. Well, as long as you're not gaslighting. Neg 2. Crack grenades are AP Neg 2. I just remembered. I may have just cut off part of the dude's head. Oh, that just went the wrong way entirely. Alright, I'll just move on. Jeez, was it's these old transfers sheets. They're just not great. That or this blade is getting old. Uh, the fact that there's other cutting mistakes in this relatively new sheet tells me that it's likely the sheet and not me. Oh yes, we have gone past an hour. So, you guys know what that means? I'm just gonna start up the new one in a second. This painting stream, as it's apparently a painting stream and not a kit bashing stream, is sponsored by Factor 75. Factor fact Factor 75 being a pre-prepared food delivery service, which here are my thoughts on that. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging on Catchan, which is good because Adeptus Ridiculous showed how terrible that would be. Nor as boring as the nutrient paste of the Astartes. The chef-selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. Keto, vegan, vegetarian, low-calorie, or the Emperor's Chosen selection, Thy Holiness Protein Plus, are all designed to meet that imperial gold standard of delicious and nutritious. A rotating weekly menu of 27 plus meal options and 33 plus add-ons like smoothies, keto shakes, and desserts for guilt-free enjoyment keeps your dining feeling like an imperial governor's with the flesh fuel required to loyally serve the emperor. Which I mean, I hope you are, but not for the emperor's sake, for your own. A fraction of the price of ordering in by the meal and superior nutrition of fast food, Factor 75 is here to support your quest to slay the gray by not cutting into your precious hobby time, unlike this having to paint tactical marines, when it's time to refill the tanks, or appease my bloodthirsty audience. With 2 minutes or less prep time and no mess, nothing will get the brush back in your hand faster. The flesh is weak, but Factor 75 makes it about as close as it gets to just plugging into the wall like a true Mechanicus Magos. All praise the Messiah. Use my link or go to go.factor75.com and use code factor. It just use the link. I don't even have to say this last bit. That was for the original, like the original stream. Use the link. To do command factor. Use the link. It's the easy way to do it. No one remembers the code. All right. 10 more minutes on Attack Marine. Jeez. Alright, and I need a 1. I need a Gothic 1. You know what, Sai? One day I'm just gonna show up at your house in a dreadnought. That's how I see this going. How about you factor in before you command me like that? I mean, I would if there were any to factor in. but I don't think that'll be a concern for what's the word? Lost the word. Additional unnecessary casualties. Cause the sponsor. No, that's not it. If you're referring to not saying the full wordage, that's because I still live with my parents, and them's be old school. Listen, that has always been the case, and that's far from the first time I've explained that. I suppose the sponsor and the fact that they cover like my housing expenses for the most part. So it's sponsoring in that way. Yeah, that link. Use that link to get Factor 75. Helps the stream out massively. Thank you. Please and thank you. Now you have to do it. Because I said thank you. That's how it works. Can you say if the sponsor paid you outright or if it's get paid for every click or order kind of deal? I am honestly not entirely certain. I read the entire terms of service several times, and technically it said I can't even say that that existed, which seems insane. I couldn't really tell. Then just yeah. I mean, it's a sponsor. I can say it's a sponsor, so it helps the stream out. So do whatever the things. One way or another, it's supposed to help me, right? Just curious. Yeah. Um, I will put it this way. It was not the first one I had the option to opt in on, and this was the first one that seemed to make sense for my size stream and demographic, let's say. So you can try to reverse engineer that kind of thought process as you will. There have been like 6 other sponsors, including Raid Shadow Legends, actually, that I had the opportunity to opt in on that I did not take based on the specifics of how the whole thing worked. It just wouldn't make sense. Currently, at least. Now you gotta take a reach, but I mean, I probably will, but just like at my size, it literally made no sense. Okay, because I didn't take that sponsor. I think I can say it. You have to like get people to sign up, hit level 3, and then you get paid like $12 per person, and then you can make like $300 or something like that. And it's just like, what is this garbage? I mean, yeah, sure. I might take a raid sponsor at another time when there isn't a good one available for the lulz, basically, just to say that I've gotten one. But yeah, when I was fishing for like an actual sponsor, like this is the one that made the most sense. I wasn't fishing, like Stream Elements like emails me every time there's a new one. You know what's really weird? Some of the sponsors don't show you what the details are unless you sign up to do them. I'm like, I ain't touching any of that. You won't even tell me how the payment system works without me like uh agreeing to terms and service and crap. Okay, these old like Legion transfers take absolutely forever to soak enough. I think I can hint at this too. The total amount I can make with this is significantly higher than all the other sponsors I've seen. In fact, higher than a lot of them put together. It's also food based and not a video game, so I mean, you know, considering I'm not playing any video games right now. Oh yeah, so like if it's like the video game ones, you have to play the game on stream for a certain amount of time. It's like I don't even stream video games right now. That was one of the other things, yeah. Like if you couldn't tell, like I know I can say this because it's an optional thing. They didn't even require me to get a box. They recommended it, but they did like all they required of me was to do specific advertisement functions. And I'm like, this is very reasonable. I can do this even with my content type, you know. Oh, I think I finally got this transfer to start coming off. Nope, it still is just having such a hard time coming off the cardboard. There we go. Jeez, I had to literally like slide it just enough through like brute force to have a little bit sticking off and then just pick it up. It needs to be a little bit higher. Oh, that's definitely went higher. Cheers. Got real quiet now all of a sudden. Although I don't have to paint this anymore, so that's nice. Can let those dry off on their own. It's only been just over an hour. It feels way more than that. All right, we are Finally done with that for a while. Okay, so hour and 16 minutes. 1 hour, 16 minutes, 37 seconds in, and we still have not technically made any progress in this guy. Alright, so not that one unless I actually do get a rock. And then he's shooting down on a thing. Which would be pretty cool, actually. I could make a rock. How do you look tilted, actually? Not quite the same. If I break them off. Actually, that does look fairly good. That's a pretty brutal visage. Yeah, okay. Let's build him a little slope here. Ugh. Still with me, say. It's funny how you ask me a bunch of questions about the sponsor and just disappear on me. Kinda sus. This actually seems like a pretty good piece to base a rocky incline upon. And just like that, we have made a sundial. Alright, stream over. That's all we need to do. I did get my ice cream last night, by the way. It was quite good. I look forward to more ice cream tonight. Okay, while that is drying, we need green stuff. Oh, this is probably not even enough green stuff, to be honest. Welcome back, Zophiana. That or you just got bored with the silence. It's reasonable. Oh, and also welcome back, Redwing. Lost internet. What's going on over there? This almost certainly is not enough green stuff for what I'm doing. Yeah, there's no way there's enough green stuff. I need like double this minimum. Yeah, if we're gonna make a nice little sundial, you know, gonna need more green stuff. I also don't know why I left that at 500 points. I should make that way larger. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't be a spammed thing. Like I didn't, or like super disruptive. I don't know how I never put two and two together on this. You don't have to do it for the joke. Well, no, you did it, and it's on record. Like, no, I gotta do it. Just I'm changing the point value right now if the page will load. Let's see, an appropriate point value for this. Let's see, 10,000 point. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, actually, I was going for 1K. That's what I actually had in mind. All right, so 10 minutes. Is this dry enough? I think it is. Oh, oh. Now at this point, the only thing I can think is also I had breakfast like right before starting the stream, so it's not food necessarily. I'm starting to think it's got to be my sleep is why I'm so tired. Although I had a brilliant moment as I was coming down with my mug of water. So when I come down into the basement, I come through a door directly across from the back door, and it goes down a staircase, and it's wall immediately on your right, and wall like down to like here-ish when you open the door in front of you, or a little bit lower than that in front of you, and on your left is a exterior wall with a window. It just goes in this little like stair well that goes straight down, and I was coming through the door to go down the stairs, and I heard a bird chirp, and I froze. And I looked out the window to my left, and it's a like a you know, like the overcast where it's like really bright white clouds and the sun kind of peeks through a bit, and it was the sun right there, and tree branches with the tiniest little buds. We can just see the leaf tips popping through, even though there's snow outside on the ground right now. And I kept hearing the bird chirp, and I kind of just stopped and like stared out there for a minute, and then a bird landed on the branch, and I'm like, "Spring is here! It comes! Life rises!" It's very inspiring. It was very like picturesque, like you'd think it was staged. Especially the bird landing on the branch like right in front of me. And I'm pretty sure it was the bird that was chirping too. Okay, so as Microsoft like working on this guy. It's gonna be a number of passes before this is fully flat, but anyway. Next Tech Marine. I choose. As I drop one of them. One of the finished ones. I choose you. This guy, sure. I think all I did to this guy was I put a tilt shield on him. Or tilt plate. Yeah. Okay. Gotta dust off it. So I guess we'll do the bit of steel here and there. Oh, there were pouches on this guy I didn't do. But I mean, can you even like really see him? You know what? That's so tiny on these guys. I'm not gonna care massively, to be honest. I want them up to roughly my current level, more or less. But I mean, I'm not trying to like slay people's expectations on a 6th edition tactical squad. This guy has a bit more, that's a fair bit more visible. He's got some grenades, and the grenades attached to pouches, so I guess now I'll have to do the pouches, but a little metal here, a little bit of metal around here, sides there, the bolter, sides of the helmet, the Aquila, which isn't even an Aquila, it's just wings. Oh, I'm not even at, I need to go back to like actual painting cam. Wings, and the bolter. Okay. Somehow I brushed it off and now it looks even dusty. I don't know. Anyway. Anyway. Get the actual paint out again. Ugh. Ugh. That way I can then null oil the base and the metal in one go. I thought this title of the stream was a funny joke, and now I'm realizing this one command is gonna make that title a real thing down the road in like a year. Sup, Eustace? How are you? Hello there. And how are you doing? And I no longer have to paint the Techmer. I can go back to the Infiltrators. The point. Good. I'm glad you're doing good. You say it's okay. I'm going to claim my vengeance upon the battlefield. May or may not have like 5k points to spend. Well, for the I mean, you can go for it. You can try. All right. I'm chilling. I like forcing to talk about lore more. That's fair. And honestly, as long as you choose the lore I'm talking about, I'm pretty good with it too. I'm realizing I'm pretty bad at improv picking the topic of discussion. I'm good at bouncing off people. Arms wide open. Stand on. Best and worst guard regiments. Best. Best is quite a term. If we were to go off sheer number of victories for the Imperium, it is hard to compare any other to that of the Catachan shock troopers. Where on the Fortress World of Cadia, you learn from the ready to serve age of 6 how to strip your weapon. You can shoot by 10. By 16, you are doing live artillery drills. Live fire artillery drills. for the large scale war at a moment's notice in large quantities of combined forces, you can't get much better than Cadia. Which makes sense because they come from a fortress world on the or they used to come from a fortress world. uh, though technically they do still occupy the asteroid field remains of their planet. But anyway, the they still guard the gate into the Eye of Terror. Now, the worst guard regiment, if I had to theorize, as we only know the names of famous guard regiments for the most part, and the named ones I've seen in books that pop up are usually actually fairly competent, honestly. Like for the non like ones you hear about all the time, like the Gudrun uh I think they were just the Gudrun regiments. Like I don't remember them having any particularly special name, like the Gudrun riflemen or whatever. They were fairly competent, actually. They did good work under the leadership of Inquisitor Gregor Eisenhorn. So if I had to choose a worst guard regiment, I would probably have to look at the recruits, the regiments that come from feral worlds that are just kind of, grabbed in what's the one that wears the hazmat suits? I mean, you have both the Armageddon Steel Legion and the Death Corps of Krieg are both known to wear World War One styled clothing and gas masks as standard issue, if that's what you mean. Both of which are very proficient, by the way, in their various styles of war. Um, Death Corps Krieg are a lot more World War One style. Artillery, trenches, war of attrition. While actually, Armageddon Steel Legion are a lot more legit hazmat suit. Oh, maybe. I think I might know the ones you're talking about. I'd have to look them up. Oh, you have an Army of Krieg, yeah, so you know Krieg. Armageddon Steel Legion. I feel like Armageddon Steel Legion are a lot more like early World War II, like Blitzkrieg, because uh they're elite mechanized infantry. I'm not sure if any other like known regiment has as good chimeric armored fists. By chimeric, I mean using chimeras, chimera armor fists formations than the Armageddon Steel Legion. Full-on hazmat suits. Well, it's not the chem dogs. Hmm. Hazmat suits. Closest ones I can find are like, yeah, the Armageddon Steel Legion. Not the well, okay, to be fair, there is apparently a Reddit post about people converting Imperial Guard to look like the Sardaukar. I don't know how to really pronounce it, from Dune. which look very hazmat-y, to be fair. But that's a conversion based on Doom. That's not a Warhammer thing. Yeah, best I could offer would be, yeah, Armageddon Steel Legion. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's, they look straight up like Imperial Guard and hazmat suits. But yeah, they're based on Dune. I think one of the lesser recognized but very elite Imperial Guard, kind of, well, not technically Imperial Guard, but like we'll say mortal infantry, baseline human infantry regiments that's not given enough credit is the Ultramarine Auxilia, to be honest. The PDFs of the 500 worlds and their the Auxilia they send to serve the chapter are quite good, actually, in a fight. Yeah, you only really hear about them in novels at center around the Ultramarines. But yeah, imagine like Space Marine serfs, but like every single one of them is a trained to a modern like our modern military level in combat proficiency and is always armed. Minimum a las pistol and is ready to go at a moment's notice, no matter what their job is. And by serf, I mean like all of their crew for everything ever plus like extra just to be like, hey, go, you know, like basically the Ultramarines have like an Imperial Guard regiment of their own, effectively. You got a question? Sure, go for it. Do you think a hotshot las pistol would make a better grenade than a normal one? I mean, if you want to throw the entire backpack at them, yeah. That point's more like a demo pack than a grenade, but probably. Hot hot shots are hot shots because they're linked to a backpack power source that allows them to supercharge as well as rapid fire. Well, rapid fire more than normal lasgun, so it turns them into like a high powered las minigun. But yeah, to throw a hot shot las gun at them wouldn't because you're overcharging the power source like a normal las gun involves throwing a whole backpack with the gun on like a wire at the person in question. It's just normal in a massive barrel. Yeah, I think it's supposed to actually have a wire to a backpack. At least that's my understanding of hot shots. That's why all the stormtroopers have like the big backpacks. Like it's funny in relation to their size, they're actually bigger backpacks than the Astartes, who wear power armor, because they're just punching that much power into their gun. Fair is also from Old Creek Grenadiers kit. Oh, okay, so that might not be up to date then. Cause yeah, I've always known hot shots as, like I said. So yeah, thing with hot shots is you can't really pull the ranged pistol whip of the sergeant from the end of Saving Private Ryan, where he chucks his pistol at that German dude. You can't quite do that with a hot shot. I love that move, by the way. Just in general, whenever it shows up, I love that. Just taking your empty pistol and just whipping it at the enemy. All right, I definitely have enough green stuff now to make this rock. Let's make a rock. Been giving my Death Riders all shovels. Oh, just for the meme. Fair enough. Do the pikes and then just replace all the heads of the pikes with shovel heads. I actually still don't have enough green stuff for make this a proper rock, I don't think. Unless it's like a really thin rock. That's an even better idea. Yeah, because I have good ideas. Oh, my computer did that thing again. Gonna have to restart the camera. Ugh. I'm hungry again. Jeez, always hungry. Yo, I'm gonna level with you. What I seeing that I'm just stuck here looking at black screens. What I want is to just like endlessly eat while watching this continue watching this video I was watching before like over my breakfast. It was Jordan Pearson podcast talking with this big investment guy about like um the theory behind like money, how money and like value actually works. Yeah, I gotta completely like reset up the camera, the whole thing like dumped. Uh I'm trying to think about how to. Wow, I don't have a record button on here. What is it doing? Hold on. Technical difficulties. It's very flaccid looking. Yeah, I need more green stuff. Is my bitrate not even good right now? Hold on. All my stuff's not working. Okay, now that's kind of working. Now I gotta crop it and stuff. There we go. Why does it look... Oh, it's, something's not oriented correctly. Oh, that doesn't affect that, huh? Uh, wow, it normally doesn't even break this hard. Why is it... Oh, you know what? It's probably this. Hold on. Yeah, it's... Okay. I'm figuring it out. I wonder if the thing that causes my laptop to do that is actually this software just sometimes just has a catastrophic crash on occasion and just pulls everything with it. That's almost correct. Okay. Well, that was a thing. Ugh. But yeah, it was a fascinating discussion on like the on what value is from an economic standpoint, and if there is intrinsic value in things, which was determined yes, and then where that comes from, etc., etc. There is enough green stuff for it, actually. I don't know. I like theoretical macroeconomics or economic theory, I suppose. I've always enjoyed it massively. Yeah, to make this look reasonable, I need more green stuff still. Jeez. Also, I suppose it's time for an ad read, huh? It's probably not enough additional. I need to stop being. I literally ordered some green stuff. It'll be here Sunday, so I really need to stop being so conservative. Alright. This painting stream, converting stream, green stuff stream, is sponsored by Factor 75. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging on Catchan, nor as boring as the nutrient paste of an Astartes. The chef selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. Keto, vegan, it's a food subscription service. They have a lot of delicious food. Get the protein plus, serve the emperor correctly by beefing up. Get your first box with 50% off. Use the code. It's right there in the chat. Or use Factor, Command Factor if you don't see it. It's starting to feel like the whole ad is a little long-winded. I need to write a shorter version. But hey, the food takes about 2 minutes or less to prep. Pretty good. Get you back to hobbying real quick. Yeah, I need to write some new ads because I gotta do that for like 2 more weeks. I'm already getting tired of that ad read. I'm back at I hope a commission gameplay do a thing real quick. Ah, that makes sense. So I'm like, man, so I just asked me a bunch of like incriminating questions about the sponsor and then just like disappeared. Just new player problems. This guy's never played D&D before. Ah. So, speaking of D&D, My my bard, I've determined next level is going to go out of his way to try to disrupt the DM even more and just refuse to allow the DM to have any fun. Because next level, on top of already having uh you know bardic inspiration, enhance ability, silvery barbs, etc. I'm taking counterspell through the magical whatever the thing is you get at 10th level, being able to get spells from other classes. Taking counterspell and lightning bolt, which is going to be flavored by me shooting red lasers out of my eyes because robot. It's going to be pretty good. It's been years since I listened to Rise Against. Let's go. So you should prep for your sci-fi game, huh? Go for it. I gotta figure out what to do with all this dried excess green stuff I have around. What am I looking for? Modeling tools. Bar just finished hunting, killing a mega deer for its antlers as trophy to trade, and then for ship repairs on their ship. I'd assume the ship repairs would be on their ship. But yes. Good kill. How'd that fight go? Oh. Did you make the deer feel like it was a level and not a boss? Start session is most likely going to be them figuring out how to move these giant antlers and hang it back into town. It was an invasive species. Honestly, now I'm thinking about it. Besides planning out the like party goes here, party goes there, these people have these things to say, and your loot is worth this much. It's gonna be another pick your own session kind of deal for party. One Piece game, on the other hand, I do have to make a town. All right. Uh, well, I should redo these right here actually first. Rock. But thinking about it again, I've already made a town map part for this. I could yoink and switch. Anyways, I'm gonna inject pure dab wax into my veins by syringe and get to tippity typing. I would assume that's a joke, as I don't think that would go the way you want it to. Alright. We have rock. Now, question is, did I make the rock good? That seems like pretty good, actually. Okay, so we have that. There. I should just do the tiny little, like, dab of glue trick. Alright. Now I can really see what this looks like. Yeah, that's pretty good. An aggressive infiltrator. Let's go. Now I gotta find the other arm that goes on this. We need a backpack. There's everything short of the antenna. There's a head. Does this already have a pistol built on him? No. Alright, so we'll grab a pistol holster somewhere here. I think, maybe. There's a shoulder, that's gonna be important. Because this is probably the guy, because of the angle, it's probably the guy I'm gonna do the crazy shoulder idea I have. There's a pistol holster. He's already got a ton of pouches on him, because these are technically reaver legs. So I don't need extra pouches, and probably most of the other random crap I'll be doing to him will be green stuff based. Oh, here's an arm. I think it's an outstretched left arm, to be honest. We'll try this one. Didn't quite reach. Oh, actually, what's the peg inside look like? Or the peg hole? Small. It's quite small. I think it's supposed to be this one, but that's not gonna do it. Does that fit in there? It does. Okay, it's supposed to be this, but that's not gonna work. So we're gonna find another arm that reaches, and we're just gonna get rid of the pig. Which might be a little finagly, to be honest. It may involve additional green stuff. We'll have to see. I basically need like a straight arm, I'm realizing. I don't think there's any straight left arms in here. I could bring the angle down a little bit, but meh. Yeah, actually, I have to bring the... Where am I bringing the angle? Oh, this is the, like, shooting up, I think. I don't know. What is this supposed to look like? Wait, is it supposed to be like this? A hand doesn't... Oh, that's not the right one. Did I... No, there must be an arm around here that goes to this. What's going on? No. I mean, this one fits, but not snugly. And it doesn't line up with the stuff right. So it's not that one. Oh, that's a snug fit. Alright, let's see how this is supposed to line up. Actually, you know, it'll be a super tiny bit of glue. So I want to be able to pull all these pieces apart after. Oh, wait. I'm somewhat dumb. No, no, I'm not dumb. Never mind. Nope. It's still this combo. It still doesn't make sense. Did I? No, it's not the ink. It's not from the gun necessarily, unless I got the wrong gun, which has the wrong angled hand on it. Actually, that could be a thing. Hold on. That actually could be a thing. Hmm. Let me try to pull this off and see what angle this is supposed to be. Or what, inside. Nope, this is somewhat securely, but not all the way. Alright, fair enough. Cool. That doesn't have a hand. Oh, here we go. This looks like it might be the exact same thing. Hold on. Not quite, actually. Yeah, the angle is different. Okay, I think this is the right... Like, it fits, but it's... Oh, okay, wait. No, this could work. This could work. Actually, I might give that a second to dry a bit. I'd like to throw out a thanks, I appreciate you, to the lurkers that have been hanging out for most of the stream, best I can tell. You are what makes streaming goes around. Alright, I should be dry enough to mess with now. Alright, oh, nope, it fell right off. Cool deal. That's perfect, actually. That's just what I want. Alright, so we got the arms figured out. Got a backpack, head, pauldron, need an antenna. And start figuring out the complex stuff. And we need one of these as well. That works. So I got a bunch of these extra antenna from the Sakaran dudes. I'm about adding them around. That seems pretty cool. And then oh, okay. So I know I want to do a weird thing with green stuff straps that have multiple skulls hanging from them that go around the pauldron. What else can I do with this, dude? This could be also the guy that I do the sticks coming out of him, out of the back of his whole thing. Yeah. Oh man, why am I so tired? Uh, yeah, I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Alright. I return. I am here. Alright. So, let's get a little wacky. I'm gonna start getting spicy here. Somewhere in my skulls, I have some Necron heads. There we go. Sweet. Now. Break it down. Okay. I have a little bit of inspiration going for this base. I'm gonna ride it. See where we go. Get this whole peg thing going. That shot out and sent stuff everywhere. Including one piece of something on the floor. Oop. Smash the camera. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, so we got a little Necron skull thing here going on. Turn it around. Oh. That seems pretty good. So the idea is it's going to be just a little bit of texture paint around that's going to slightly bury this and the next thing I'm going to put on there. Let's get spicy. Alright. Alright, so I'm thinking, let's like pseudo build this dude. Let's actually get him onto like a big ol', I guess not one of the big ones, but get him onto a quirk so I can handle him a little bit better. Look at him. I did not wait long enough for that. That was dumb. Okay. Let's wait a little bit longer for that to actually try. I will prep the antenna a little bit, I suppose. I suppose one of the questions is, should I put on the additional antenna now, or should I wait? Probably should just do it now. I don't think it's gonna mess up my painting that much. Especially if I'm gonna attach a bunch of other stuff to it in a minute anyway. The backpack, I mean. You know what? I can actually probably make this fit flush if I grab. Yes, exactly. So if I, yes, if I grab dicks, it will all work. Now if I file this with one of my curved files. Well, actually, that time it told me who played the sound. There we go. That's actually pretty close. Close enough. Actually, I should do it on the antenna. Yes, I do. Here's the thing. I hate everyone equally, so no one can complain. Order factor to a random house without using the code. Okay. I mean, congratulations, I guess. Well, no, it's racism if the reason you hate them is is because of race. Um, Come on, Red. Don't act like you didn't know that. If you noticed how much of my stuff is based on, okay. And this is why. You people wonder why. This is why. Base. Now going to the side. And start by continuing to soften down these guys' transfers. I need to set the timer. You're rocking along. No, it looks like a rock now, right? Hard as a rock, one might say. That will actually be after it dries. In 24 hours. It has a, you gotta give it a cooldown period. Can't just jump right into the game. What? Okay. So I had 10 more Krieg Grenadiers show up and 5 Krieg Engineers show up today. Nice. What do they have to say? Were you a good host during their visit? Oh yeah, I'm back. I'm back to the lead belcher. Want a good game? I don't know. Do you have a good game? I doubt it. Are you playing sex with Stalin? Not a lot. Krieg don't talk. It's fair. suppose they wouldn't have much to say. Timer is about how long I have to paint this mini instead of doing the main kit bashing that we are here today to do. I like how I say I hate everyone equally, and fire goes straight to racism. Maybe my reasons are sexism. Did you think about that? Maybe I think dudes and chicks are both equally repugnant. Everything. All the wrong. All 10 of them. All 10 people at that party. You did. Too bad most of them were dudes. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I do know I keep tapping this camera, and I'm not sure why I'm so close to it. I think partially it's because this clipper's up against my elbow. So, Jay, I think you spent over an hour painting some instead today. Yes. That I believe is correct. Yeah, thanks for the progress on my tactical squad that I am not using right now. Wrong, I know when I'm virgin for life. I don't think that's a W, man. Personally, that's not a W. Oh. And again, you can't hear the... Oh, let me fix that. Nope, Sound Alert's just giving us no Rohirrim audio whatsoever. Okay, never mind. Also, we're gonna jump to the song. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Mediocre Hobbies. How you doing? How's your stream? How it goes? As you can see, this is not what the title says because my people are bloodthirsty savages. But I am Table. I'm a commission painter. It's currently all good. Wow, thanks. Good. And I normally am painting Savage Tribal Raven Guard. Yeah. Yes, that's what we're about here. Absolute cannibalism. We eat our own. So I do invite you to stick around. The parties are great. The food in particular, excellent. But yeah, anyway. Someone had a grand idea to request a command that forces me to paint other minis than what I intended to for a while. So we're painting this old sixth edition attack marine. Huzzah! Anyway, yes. I still gotta finish making that command for the random Helsing Ultimate bridge quotes. But yeah, did I ask how your stream was, mediocre? I'm sorry, my head's all over the place today. I am not the bestest host with the most. Unless you want the most, like, ADD, ADHD. That's happening today. Yeah, that's what's happening today. As it is the top of the hour, it is time for an ad read. So, this painting and not green stuff stream, even though it should be a green stuff stream, is brought to you by Factor 75. Sourcing healthy food doesn't need to be as grueling as foraging on a Catchan, nor as boring as nutrient paste of the Astartes. The chef-selected and pre-prepared meals of Factor 75 are customized to your ideal diet, individual lifestyle, and busy schedule. I have like 2 more paragraphs of this ad, but basically comes down to they have a lot of food types, all super nutritious. You can get your first box 50% off, so it's like cheapest one is like 6 meals for $40, mailed right to your door. Takes 2 minutes to make the food, and then you eat the food, toss the whole thing out, and get back to painting. It's a great deal. Use the code in the use the code or use the link. There's a code there, just popped up on a little factor thing, or the code's at Command Factor. Cool deal. That was the sponsor. Because I wrote a super long ad that was really funny initially, and then 20 times into reading it, and I'm like over. I need to write a new one. Because I've got to do this for like 2 more weeks. Anyway. So yes, welcome to the chaotic chill stream of Warhammer nonsensory. It's the classic lead belcher, Red Wing. Hey Red, how's the list building coming along? I can speak. The list building. Blah. Man, I am a mess today. I felt good this morning. Just all fell apart. I'm gonna blame Sai. It's Sai's fault. It's okay, I'm trying to make a list where I can kind of split in several directions. Are you trying to split the party? You never split the party, man. Would you like to know how I would go about building that list? Also, timer is up. And back to conversions. I would, and this is how I write most of my lists. I look at the secondaries, and I figure out what secondaries I want to hit that I think I'd have a good go at hitting a lot, and then work my way backwards from there. Seeing that in this game you can choose 5 secondaries, 2 of which from the same category, that's how I would go about doing it. Also to determine if you're going to go after primary objectives or not. I mean, probably, but I mean, like, in what manner, and then from there, what secondaries. Oh yeah, I'm not even paying this guy anymore. Put that aside. For sure, but you see I care more about killing than winning. I mean, that's totally fair. Like I said, I just explained how I would go about doing it. Ironically, I made a super killy list that is meant just to blow people away. Breaking Benjamin style. And, and it's, and then I picked super killy secondaries. Because that was just the kind of list I wanted to run in general. Alright, so I'm gonna pseudo build this. Just so I can get a look at all the proportions and stuff, because there's I have several potentially insane ideas. Because I play Night Lords and you hate us? I mean, I do... Well, okay. There's only one Legion I hate. Do you want to guess which one it is? Like, there's a Legion I legitimately hate their existence. Okay, that's actually... This is the angle I want, right here. This is the angle. No. Although, yes, I have extra grudge against them because, you know, Raven Guard, they screwed up the Raptors. But, no, they're not the ones that I loathe. I have significant personal problem with. This was supposed to be a very small amount of glue, so it's easy to pop off later, but man, this is turning into a whole thing trying to get this to stick. Nope. Is word bearers. I find them weak. I dislike weakness. But their particular weakness is a heinous weakness because it spreads like a disease. Yeah. They see that faith is a requirement for the human condition, and yet they have no real faith. It's all inside the Legion. They use the words faith, and then it's nonstop internal politicking, backstabbing, um, corrupting hierarchies with power. Whoever has the most power, whether it's influence through prestige or literal military might, they are effectively the Legion of Corruption incarnate. And then they go preaching their pseudo faith to the rest of the galaxy as if it's the objective truth, when it's not, actually. Not even remotely close. So you can imagine my joy when I learned that my burb daddy is uh is paying his second visit to Lorgar since the Black Sands of Isvan 5. Is making his life quite difficult. I've been just holding like stuff together for a while now. I actually forgot the camera was aimed up there. This are you kidding? It's just nothing glue wants to work with this dude. It's just an endless mess. All right, I need to restart. Okay, for like the fourth time, go on the nail. Stay on the nail. But yeah, there's a reason on my Sakaran Vander that on the trophy rack, the thing hanging from the chain on the end of it, in like the most like look at me position on the entire tank, is a damaged word bearer's helm. Okay, jeez. It's taking me like 12 minutes just to do that. Oh, you dislike Abaddon more than Lurgar? I would love to know why. I actually love Abaddon. I think he's an amazing character. And actually, if I were forced to serve Chaos, I would preference Abaddon over any other Chaos character. Granted, I've read the Black Legion books, so I kind of know where Abaddon is in everything right now. Like, why he does the things he does. Honestly, the backpack looks great with that antenna attached onto it. That's amazing. Okay. So, I'm not gonna bother with the head right now. And yeah, I'm gonna pull these apart and prep them more correctly later. That's not the point of what we're doing right now. What we're doing right now is it's because my main experience at Abaddon is through the Night Lord's trilogy, and he seems kind of whiny in that trilogy, for lack of a better word. I don't remember him much in the. Like, I remember them getting the message that he was doing a Black Crusade and he was requesting people join him. That's about it. But yeah, no, you gotta read the Black Legion books. Talon of Horus and Black Legion. Or Black Legion and Talon of Horus. I forget which order it is. Read those and you'll be like, yo, Abaddon's a bro. Abaddon's like legit. Like more so than most of the Primarchs. I ain't joking. Also, there's certain spots in the Siege of Terror where Abaddon really shines as a character as well. I want to say it's not the first wall, it's the one after the first wall. It's what's the one after the first wall? It's between the first wall and Mortis. Hold on, I gotta go look. The first book is Isama order. Isama Abaddon. In which order? I believe it's it's Talon of Horus, then Black Legion. It's in that order. And then the Siege of Terra. Saturnine. Saturnine has a fair bit of fair bit of Abaddon in it, and he's really good in it. Saturnine's kind of actually not gonna lie. I think Saturnine, like I haven't listened to the End of Death Volume 1 yet, but uh I think Saturnine might be the best of the Siege of Terror books so far. I've listened to it a bunch of times. I got to listen to Garrow, Knight of Grey, and the End of Death Volume 1. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so what I want to do is on the pauldron here is make green stuff straps that come down in like a triangle. 1, 2, 3, and on them are hopefully 2 layers of skulls, which will have to be modified to fit on there correctly, which it'll be fine. The back's cut off and stuff. And then I'm thinking Is this a good guy to do because he's tilted backwards? To do some of the sticks with the skull sticking off him? Or stick it back a fair ways? Probably not as much as this extra antenna, though. But yeah, I gotta put more on him in general, I think. Where's that other loose flap? Here we go. That actually looks pretty good. Having these like cloak bits sticking out of it, off the back of his belt. Yeah, and I could put his pistol on his ankle down here. Yeah, okay. So that's that there. Maybe I'll ruin those up. That'd be cool. Uh oh, you know what I need is some. Hold on. Oh, I don't have my linemen's. They're in my tool bag. I guess I could get my linemen's. I'm thinking about pulling some chain out. Small chain. Chain. Might as well keep making this guy super annoying to make. I mean, uh, well, you know what I need to do is I need to make the stick bits more, or make them and fit them in, and then have them be attached to the backpack, and have a chain also attached to the backpack and those sticks, like it's a chain keep holding the sticks on. And yeah, we'll go from there. Depending on how it goes, I might actually keep the backpack attached to the body. We'll see. First, I need some sprue. So I always intended on making these things. And my rotary tool. Let's put this over here. Such a contrast. It's a pretty good song. Oop. Actually, I can probably knock a lot of this out through clipping first. Oh, thanks for the follow, D5P. Or just deep, I assume. I assume the correct way of saying is deep. Thanks for the follow. Glad you're enjoying what you're seeing. Also, that makes us 160 now. Yay! Alright, well, that's as good as I can go with the clippers anyway. That's, not how that works. Good try, though, Sai. Yeah, also, I don't know what return button you're talking about, man. There's also the problem of there's no mods here. You be in the wilds. But also, seriously now, Venom's not here, sorry. Speaking of Venom not being here, where's Zombie been? Yeah, I'm just gonna, while this is going, I'm just gonna max out the music here. Or not fully max out, but raise it significantly. before I actually clip it, see if it's the right size. I did. So I was kind of thinking I wanted like 2 or 3 be able to fit in here. I guess I need to go smaller still. I'm just getting concerned about structural integrity. Yeah, it does need to go smaller still. I bet for the next ones, I could go faster by whittling with X-Acto knife and then switching to the rotary tool. I thought the rotary tool would be faster in general, but I guess not. That's fine. It still gets the cool, like, whittled stick effect, though. So that's cool. Alright, I think that's about what I had in mind. Yeah, that's a lot more like what I was thinking. Still a little thick in the top end, but you know what? Maybe this is. Yeah, I know what I'm gonna do with it. I know what's going on. Alright, we have one stick. We have now made one official stick. Literally a stick. But yeah, it looks pretty whittled stick-like, so perfect. Alright. Next, we're going to start with actual whittling first, and then we'll move on to the rotary tool. So I'm going to turn the music way down for now. I think a hobby knife would be better than this. We'll try a few different permutations here. Okay, back of the X-Acto knife. That's the way to go. Oh, I can go both directions actually with this. Let's go. What's up, guy? Oh, Greyfall and Nurgle. Everything is getting so expensive and all stocks are down. Oh, would you say that there is a sickness in the economy? How you doing, Bugatti? Besides your wallet crying, it seems. I mean, I've been hearing rumors of a recession. Technically, we hit a recession, last year. But, then I haven't really heard much about it since, although I've heard some people say that the war in Ukraine is the only thing propping up the dollar right now. On the big scale, which could be a problem. I don't know. I got soft pillow gold reserves and 4 years of food storage. I don't think we're gonna go to Fallout levels of collapse, but and ironically, I just hit a point where I have like a ton of work coming in, so I'm gonna be okay for a little while at least. Oh, lots of pew pew stuff, yeah, right? As you can see, I'm practicing my woodworking, so I'm basically just whittling. Because I need literal sticks made out of plastic. This is going faster than the rotary tool, although the rotary tool got a lot closer to stick consistency, so we'll use that towards the end. It's also a lot more controllable, I think. Yeah, I've done one already. Jeez, lob. Oh, I got it. I got it. It's actually really hard to hold, weirdly enough. You can't shake the stick and stuff because you will literally drop it somehow. This is absurd. Okay. I have said stick of I don't know, it wants to fly away. It wants to be a flying broom. Anyway, the idea for this guy is gonna be tilted back a little bit because he's gonna be on yonder rock coming down on an enemy. He's gonna have some sticks sticking out from next to his backpack with various things mounted upon them. So I need sticks. So I am making sticks. But think about getting a few chickens for eggs. I got enough space in my yard. Not a bad idea, honestly. I just think the future looks more grim, dark, rather than promising. I would maybe in like the short term, but I don't see like the classic apocalyptic collapse of all of Western civilization. I don't see that happening. In fact, if you look in the Discord in the inspiration motivation, I have 3 podcasts in there that all go over these kinds of topics with economists and other adjacent experts on the topic, and they're literally writing books named Superabundance, the Age of Plenty type of deal, like that kind of stuff. And it shows that like while yeah, there's some questionable agents trying to muddy the waters and make things sound way worse than it is, all of the hard stats long term say that we're the best off we've ever been as a species. Yeah, let me turn the music up while I do the rotary tool nonsense. Be cool for or not. Okay. It'll be cool for Total War Fallout. Then Elon comes with his Tesla Thunder Warriors to reclaim all of humanity. Let's go. that'd be pretty. That'd be pretty funny. Elon Musk is actually the emperor. It scarily makes way more sense than Trump being the emperor, actually. Anyway, yeah, hold on, I'm almost done here. I'm gonna turn this into the last, both of the last two sticks, and then I'll be able to talk easier. Let's switch all the music back to its normal settings and everything. Okay. All right. Yeah, Bugatti, if you're still there, you actually got me thinking. You got me thinking a bunch of stuff, actually. I would like to discuss. So, you mentioned, of course, Trump's a business guy, and Elon is more of an engineer scientist business guy, or particularly engineer scientist, which so is the Emperor. And then it made me think, oh, the Emperor's not really much of a business guy, actually. Like, he doesn't seem to really understand economics. Everything, or, but I don't think it's the Emperor necessarily. I think that's more of a thing of the writers, because none of the writers, economics and mercantile is hardly ever mentioned in 40K, like, at all. It's like it's always in like these passing vague references to it. Uh, I actually have not made this quite small enough for the most part. Uh, like it's I don't know. It's just it's like it makes sense that because of the nature of the thing they're trying to present, there's not much in the way of business going on. It's all politics and warfare. And then I also remember that most of the writers are actually very liberal in reality. So I guess that kind of makes sense. They don't really understand the market or how economics works. Because yeah, it really does seem like the emperor doesn't really understand economics in a lot of ways. Weirdly enough, yeah, I have to go back to willing this down more. Alright. I think I'm done. Welcome back, Sofiana. That's basically what I sound like. What's up, Sophie? As you can see, I am making a mess. However, there is no progress without some chaos. Yeah, I'm just... Nah, I don't need a knife. Give me a file. Alright, I wonder if this one isn't too short, but we'll see in a minute, more or less. Something akin to that? I just gotta shove them all, like, in here, and... Yeah, kind of like that, and then they're painted to look like whittled wood. Ooh, and alright, the biggest one went straight to the floor. Nice. Uh, and they got stuff on them. I got skulls impaled upon them. Okay. I am no doubt going to be having dinner quite soon, so I am going to focus the next few minutes on just cleaning. Because, my god. How are the people doing? How is chat? What does chat's health look like? After some hard deliberation, my family have decided to make small meatball sandwiches tonight, so I'm off to the grocery store real quick. Sure deal. I mean, I'm cleaning up before going on a dinner break myself, so BR's B's to you. And soon me. I would not recommend. I feel like that must come under the paint liquor clause, as that is just powdered plastic. And I do believe that is the dinner bell, as I hear the thumping and the smashing upstairs. As pure mention knowledge you can discern your brain right there, just lean, take a peek off. Yeah, knowledge of the essence of plastic miniatures. Man, you would have been so much worse if I had done that with resin sprues instead of plastic. Even just the whittling, or not the whittling, but like the grinding with the rotary tool process is like a health hazard. So, former. A high? Just a little lowercase high? Or what's up, former? What's going on? New sub goal is snort a Ziploc bag with spruce shaving it. Oh no. Yeah, he's trying to kill me. Like, not even entirely joking. So I saw my drug dealer, and, and what do you know, he had some coke on him today. Good. I almost have all these bits back in the container, and then I can sweep this crap onto the floor, and then go get some dindins, some grub. Also, we passed a top of the hour. However, I do feel like I need to write a new ad read. So, I'm just going to tell you guys to use that link right there to get yourself some delicious food mailed right to your door if you're in the US. Sorry, former. Get wrecked, scrub. For 50% off your first order, which means you can get right now at cheapest 6 meals for 40 bucks. This being chef selected, pre-prepared, high nutrient, like actually go fight the orcs type meat fuel. I just walked out of pub. I mean, fair enough, you can't get this food anyway. I need like a super tiny, like, what do you call it? Like a precision micro vacuum. That'd be nice. I don't think that exists. Alright. Before whoever made dinner tonight comes over and actually kills me, I need to go find out what's up with food. So I'm pretty sure I've gotten like 3 different signals. Your flock is probably dry. Oh yeah, nice. Nice. I expect pictures. Alright, I am going on the meal break. Enjoy music and slideshows. I will return after I have refueled my meat suit. Alright, I am back, adjusting the music, and then we shall continue. Which, by the way, I want to hit thumbs up on the song. I like this song. However, I'm gonna go back to the song before it, Kiss from a Rose, because I really like that song. Alright. I think that's about right. Something like that. Yes, hello. Hello, people. Viewers. I summon thee to return to the chat. We shall now continue making the Infiltrator. Yes, I'm gonna keep talking in this accent because it sounds fun. Very good. Alright, so... Alright. Currently, I say we have three main things to do here as far as the kit bashing. I guess four. Oh, I forgot to get my linemans, which I will need for the chain. I normally have it near me, but I was doing some bigger projects a couple weeks ago. One sec. Alright, I am back with alignments for the chain. Let's go. Put this over here where I normally keep it for when chain comes up. Okay, so we're looking at... I don't think we need to keep these pieces together anymore, really. I think we can now separate this, and it'll be good. Backpack's always a pain. Somehow I can never quite get the amount of glue right to make this easy. Yeah. And took him off the... whatever. 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 I'm done. I'm done. Okay. Need that stick. Okay. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna get this first longer one in place and kind of just stack them on one by one from there. Yeah. Oh, that has a side. That is where it's going. Okay. All right. Well, just a little bit of space between I feel like that's kind of a big aspect is that none of it forms uh with what's the word? None of it forms up well. And then I have to give this a second to dry a little bit and I have to actually I'm not gonna wait. I need to know, does that fit? Technically no. And the thing getting stuck is the small one. And it's possible if I pull it in actually towards the connection points, it would fit better. Strangely enough. About there, actually. This is like a little gap there. Okay, technically it's slightly tilted, but I don't think you'll really be able to tell. However, the short one is simply too low. This seems ambitious. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. How can I get more out of this? I could, seeing that this is a curve, I wait for this to dry entirely. Like, I cover this thing in glue so that, like, there's lots of connection points of the glue secureness. And then I come back with the rotary tool and I sand down just right here, basically. This is a good song coming up right here. Okay, so we're gonna put that aside for now. Meantime, I am going to do the cloak thing, I think, so I know where I'm putting the pistol. Okay, if this gets sand, Yeah, sand down a little bit. This might just fit right on neatly. Start with some whittling. Lots of whittling today. I suppose that makes sense, as that's how a lot of tribal stuff's made in real life. Flock isn't fully dry yet. No. Disappointing, former. I expected better of you. Yes. I think I need to open this gap a bit more and then grab my round file. Uh, this one? Yes. So how have you been, former? Yeah. You have found that dick. It was talking about me this whole time. You were good. Then you interacted with me. This is as it should be. Did you have a good time at the pub? Mm, actually, this needs to be a whole lot flatter, honestly. This was the right file for the job, and I overthought it. Uh, I'm actually getting, yeah, I still can't see normally. Oh wow, I'm getting distracted by this song. I don't really care. I don't know why I keep getting discovered to this song. When honestly, I prefer the normal version of it. Way better. So if you can't see normally, how do you know your flock isn't dry? Oh, I was hoping if you had it, I could get you to touch it. And really focused on it. Yeah, I know. We all say that, but that's not how that works. Jeez. Okay. Okay, the same quantity of uselessness as me. All right. So, uh, here's a tale of Primarch Reboot Gilliman. Uh, the way Lilith actually got anything done. It's got the same thing going on with it. Oh, I mean, like, I thought you were just doing it for the joke. I mean, I can actually go into the tale of Reboot Gilliman if you want. Alright, so Gilliman was found on McCrag. He was raised by a man, I believe his name was Conrad, actually, who was one of the two consuls of, I don't remember the capital city, but, you know, that happened. Gilman grows up super fast, standard Primarch stuff. He was, you know, super smart, so exceeded his teachers by the time he was 7. He was leading armies by the time he was, you know, like 12, which by then he was already much larger than a normal man. Uh, was leading the armies of the capital city out to fight some I don't know, just some like barbarians out in the mountains. And the other console launched a coup on Conrad, and Gilman came back just in time. G-Man isn't useless though. You said as useless as me, so I said so same quantity of integers of uselessness. You can have negative quantities. No, his name no, it's something very similar. Oh, I'm gonna look it up. Connor. Connor. That's like it's like with a K. That's it. On. Gilliman. Gorillaman. Mm, where is it? Uh, Connor. Yeah. Connor. Knor Gilliman. Connor Gilliman. What's the name of the city? They won't say the name of the city. Anyway, Condor? No, Connor. I didn't mean absolute value, but whatever. I mean, you said as useless, so how else am I supposed to quantify that into an answer? Peace, brother. Have a good night. I'm sore from yesterday. Gonna get some. Yeah, you have a good one, Red. Oh, wait. Before you go, Red, are you still there? I have one thing to hit you with. Because I think it was you that was relevant for. You're the one that said your schedule, your availability is like a Saturday every other week, right? I think I might have missed them. Well, I shouldn't expect much from you. That is on me, I guess. You're right. I shouldn't think so lowly of myself. So here's a story of Perturabo. The man who single-handedly rebelled against the emperor and got to the imperial palace, despite all like 17 and a half brothers of his trying to slow him down. So he was found on Olympia and was eventually captured by the local people and taken in front of the lord there. Yeah, I don't remember any of their names. He has like a he has some half siblings. How do you figure? The man the man never lost. He just said, "Nah, I don't want to do this anymore. This is dumb. You guys are dumb. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave and do something better with myself." Because you know what? If you guys require me to do this, then you guys don't deserve it. Actually, let me clarify that further. If you guys need me to do literally everything, you guys don't deserve this. Why should he kowtow to their desires? They want so bad, they can go get it. He just wanted to mess with Dorn. And guess what? He took down the walls of the Imperial Palace. He got exactly what he wanted. Mission accomplished for him. Mm. Maybe I need to switch up my strategy on marketing the factor. Maybe I need to go individual on this. Go like true yieldy salesman on it. Be like, hey, you like good food? Do you like feeling good? Well, do you know you can get both without like any cooking? And what if I told you you can get 50% off your first box of this delicious, very healthy food that will leave you feeling good, guilt free, yet delicious, chosen by professional chefs, and you can even get dessert. Well, you know what? If it works for them outside in this weather, it works for me inside in this weather. Also, my hands are super chapped, even though I keep putting cream on them. It's just so dry right now. It's weird. It's wet outside. Inside is absurdly dry. Yep, got it. It's because you don't lift. What does that have to do with anything? How does lifting help dry skin? Yes. Okay. All right. Uh-huh. That's my answer. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You should lift. Why? I started doing pull-ups. Then I finally figured out how to mount my pull-up bar down here on the rafters. And now that I got confirmation from Trees that it's gonna start warming up pretty soon. I'll be resuming core workouts too. There's not much point in me lifting. I am too small for it to look good. Me being jacked would look ridiculous. So I go for live, toned. Lift? To what end? If you hadn't noticed, I don't tend to do much of anything without like anything of consequence without an actual reason to do so. Everything has a utility and benefit to it somewhere down the line. Lift to be okay. By whose definition? Yours? Why would I care about that definition? I operate by different hierarchies. Here's the thing. That still wouldn't actually help me. It'd be an inefficient use of time. I can use that time and energy towards, say, for example, the workouts that actually would benefit me, or towards other ventures that would benefit me in other ways, like making more money. Which, for actually doing stuff, is way more relevant. Both materially and socially. Not saying I won't or don't work out. It's just lifting specifically does not give me any benefit, really. It's not good scaling. It's like a dex fighter grabbing a strength scaling weapon. Like, yeah, sure, you could use it, but why? Using Elden Ring terminology. Elden Ring or not Skyrim, Dark Souls terminology here. What I should do is probably watch more stuff on how to be a better Twitch streamer. That would help me. You know, if I had the time, extra time and energy to lift, I'd be using that to learn guitar and keyboard again. That would be legitimately valuable to me on multiple levels. Is this glue actually empty or is it clogged? Just kind of cleaning up my glue nozzle here. So I feel like it might be clogged and not actually empty. Oh, yeah, no, it was clogged. That's just a whole crap load of glue now. Anyway, fix that. Alright, how is this doing? This seems pretty good. Now I'm going to grab the rotary tool again and bring some of this bulk down so it fits smoothly on here. Let's see, where exactly is the problem here? Looks like it actually needs to come from the side. Also, there appears to actually be a little bit of wet glue in there still, so we're gonna wait on that. Still. Okay, so what we can do, begin the big pauldron nonsense. Because I like making my life hard on myself, apparently. Oh, man. Feels way later than 7:30. Hey, Former, why do you lift? Where's your logic on lifting? I don't think Former's in the chat. Alright. So I need 3 straps. They need to be fairly narrow. Alright, so we need enough to wrap around both sides. Here's the weird bit, right? To get the best quality results out of this, I have to wrap these around this and basically build the whole thing without it actually being properly attached. And then pull it off and, well, actually, build the whole thing, let it harden overnight. Okay, you know what? I should just make the metal one first, I guess. Why am I doing this like, with my finger? It should be on a cork. Alright, we will let that sit. How's this looking? Still appears to be drying. I guess I'll mount the other stuff. Oh, actually, I didn't even fully clean this one. Ugh, I just went totally Butterfingers all of a sudden. It's gonna take a solid minute to dry, probably. My normal water is absolutely contaminated by plastic. It's my backup water. Mm, game close, not quite. Ugh, son of a... Okay. I think we're good to start messing with the pauldron here. Okay, in theory, when this hardens, I can pull it off and prime and paint the various pieces separately, like the whole wrap and the skulls on it, and the shoulder as two separate pieces. And I still have all this green stuff. What am I gonna do with this? Oh yeah, the backpack. That's very close. I just need to go up a little bit farther. Nice. Actually, it fits absolutely perfectly. I nailed it. Awesome. Now I should, have the helmet in place so I can... Alright, it's grind time. I think I can get all the perfect stuff I gamed in less than an hour here real quick. Nice. Now, using this as a guide, I'm trying to figure out what I put on these sticks. I might actually finish this guide before the end of the stream. Definitely the most ambitious of the Infiltrators yet, in its own way, mostly on a mechanical level. Alright, I need, skulls and fetishes. I know what I said. Oh, and chain. Can't forget the chain. Gonna add chain. This is a cool looking skull. Yeah, I think those 3 skulls will do, actually. I got a few ideas. Oh, man. You're talking about grind time. I feel like I'm grinding right now. We got 2 hours to go still. Jeez. Hey, Shizu. How are you? Hello, hello. I'm gonna put a little divot in this thing. Where's my hand drill? Chilling? Nice. I am trying to chill. You know who's definitely not chilling? The dude I'm building. This dude is not chilling. He has zero chill. Watching if it's not disassemble this airbrush. Oh yeah, I saw that post. Sweet deal. Yo, you know who makes an amazing video on just airbrushing in general is Miniac. Miniac does a great job of explaining all of like the airbrush basics. Point of view, you're not chilling. Maybe I'm not chilling. I might not be chilling actually. Now that you made me think about it. Ordered a primer from Vallejo like 13 days ago, still not here. Jeez. Maybe it's telling you to use the primer I have on my affiliate list with Amazon. Command affiliates, or looking at panels about, will get you links to everything I use, including all my airbrushing gear. I use StenoRes primers. I use Vallejo's like chemicals, like the thinner flow improver cleaner, but I use StenoRes primers. Gonna buy those already. 3 bottles for way cheaper. Yeah, I'm just saying, do it through my links. No change in price for you. I just get a kickback. Every little bit helps. Actually, speaking of which, Shizu, do you like food? Put in my car from Linky Ave. Thanks, buddy. Do I need or like Rafa click it? No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure just having the car, like as long as like the page you grabbed it from was through my link, it should be fine. Oh, this needs to be a much wider hole. Food is sustenance. Well, do you like feeling good? Usually do so through healthy food. And do you like food that just shows up and then takes like 2 minutes to prepare, including desserts that you can enjoy guilt-free because they were selected by chefs for their nutritional value as much as their deliciousness, regardless of what type of diet you're on. Of course, delivered to the Philippines, though I'm moving next month. Oh, gee. Well, the first box, if you're in the US right now, the first box might reach you, which is 50% off, by the way. At least when I checked, it would have taken 2 weeks to get to me in Rhode Island. I think I should just make this hole bigger. I'm just gonna make the hole bigger. This is fine. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Hmm. Actually, do I need it wider or do I need it deeper? Where'd the skull go? I Oh, it's in my lap. Didn't Philly look for that super glue, by the way. I need some good stuff for my tanks and whatnot. Plastic has meth putting together huge panels. This should be in there. Unless I really screwed myself by it not being in there. Uh, oh, you know what? Easy way to check. Um, because I actually did sync these lists. If I check my website, which has all the same links, is what I mean. Did I really? How did I not have it on here? All right, give me just a minute, and you will get a link. How did I go through all my stuff and I still managed to miss this much crap? I have added later so much stuff. Loctite, precision pen. Yeah, this stuff's so good I order it in bulk. Do do do. Uh, the web palette I do believe is on there actually. Hold on. Yeah, the top one. Top one is the web palette, and the sheets are right beneath it. I am currently updating the on. If you refresh my website, if you use that link and refresh the website, it will have the Loctite pen on there now. It's like the third or fourth one. Give me another second. I'll have it on the Twitch about panel as well. Oh, I have them in like different orders for some reason. What happened? Or anyway. Sorry, I'm getting there. We're getting there. For some reason, I can't just do something as simple as write a single list and just copy paste the entire thing. I have to like do it all dumb. All right, the panel's now The panel's now good. Refresh that. I'll get you the thing. My web page is updated. So yes, see the precision cleaner, and the first one on both is the red grass web palette. Yes. So now I think everything that I've gone on Amazon or could find on Amazon short of my brushes, because you can only get those through Monument Hobbies, who are very picky about who they give out affiliate links to, has an affiliate link, including the Sandro, which the drill bits are like kind of okay, but the hand part is pretty good. Actually, no. Most of the drill bits are great. It's ironically the smallest ones that I use for like bolters and las guns. Those are kind of eh. Like, go figure. Yeah, there's that too, man. Literally every time I need new brushes, what I do is I just have a tab open and I just refresh it like at least once a day. I think I order a lot of Rosemary and Co. and Broken Toad at Mark III's. I have not tried any of those, to be honest. Would you believe that most of the time that I've been collecting and doing 40K, I've been mostly broke? Fascinatingly, ironically, when I was really getting into Warhammer in the beginning and I only did lore, I thought it was too expensive, but I had a regular job and then I was an electrician. And then a year after I went full entrepreneur, it went through a string of businesses. That's when I was actually collecting and painting 40K, when I had like no extra money ever. Significant parts of my personal collection were done through painting for minis, including quite a bit of my what's it called, like my vehicles. A lot of my vehicles were gone that way. That looks pretty good. That mounted nicely. Yeah, it even looks like it's mounted, which is nice. Is the point. And does that sit with the head nicely? It does. Look at that. Nice. I'm gonna do an orc on that one, and we're gonna do the big horned one up here, I think. Rosemary Co. has great Klinsky brushes for really cheap, but for some reason can't ship to the US, so when I get to the Philippines, I'm gonna order like 30. Wow. Yeah. I am actually, it looks like I might start finally inching out of it, as a lot of web dev work is suddenly showing up just in time too, and that should give me the breathing room to grow this and get some more commissions through this to really like get things rolling. And I have a few other projects on the side as well to make more money. I always have a bunch of I'm always spinning a lot of plates, as many as I could fit. Good focus because cost of living means I can actually save. I don't unless you're saving through assets, whether that be like gold, like commodities or stuff like that. Saving cash means hardly anything anymore. Inflation's getting too high. I've honestly never saved. If I had extra money that I didn't have a place for it to go, and sometimes even when I didn't have that extra money, I was always investing in something, or reinvesting into businesses. How do I want this angled? Probably kind of upwards, right? Or downwards? Maybe downwards. And anything big that you would save on, you're better off getting credit for it, especially if it's an asset, something that makes money. Because that actually, the inflation then helps you. The inflation works with you. So if I'm going to build an Airbnb overseas, get passive income. Okay, yeah, there you go. Use that money to make more. Right. Okay, so for like that, you're better off trying to use as much credit as possible because inflation actually helps you in that regard. Over time, the value of the building by itself, not even the business, but like the building, uh, will go up. Once you get past the looming real estate crash, anyway, that we have been waiting for like a year now. Anyway, uh, value will go up. Historically speaking, the value will go up. The money value, the dollar value will go, the value of the dollar will go down, which means your initial loan goes down, which means your payments go down, even as your income is rising, both short term and of the asset itself. Nice, that works well. That's how a lot of these real estate tycoons and big businesses like corporations. That's one of the reasons they've been able to be so aggressive is they do everything through credit. Debt is a huge friend when it comes to big business moves like this. Read some or watch some because he does make YouTube content actually, which is crazy for his age. Uh, Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad. Especially in this case, like for this specific topic, his newer book, Fake Money, Fake Teachers, Fake Assets. That might be in a different order, but you get the idea. It's those words in one order or another. And it kind of explains how we got here monetarily and what that means for both the little person and big business. Spare gun, grab a plate, go watch you eat. Cool, man. I appreciate it. Wait, is this the flat one or that's the flat one? That's the other flat one. Where's the slightly curved one? I was using it earlier. Oh, here it is. Okay. Yo, actually, just like this looks super cool, man. That looks epic, honestly. I don't even have to do anything, I just glue. Blast. Okay, so that needs a second to dry. Well, that's drying all the way. And then we'll throw a chain on it. Let's work on this, which should have, like, hardened a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Not so much that we can't manipulate it a little bit. Okay, so I want multiple skulls down here. Let's see what we got. Obviously gonna have some humans involved. I managed to grab a Necron, a Gene Stealer, and a human. Necron could be interesting on here, all things considered, sure. Actually, yeah, I got some ideas. Gene Stealer, sure. Human, yeah. Crude, no. Crude's too big. Okay. So, actually, I don't need this extra. Oh, is it Tau Skull? Alright, yeah. 3 human skulls. Can I fit a third on top? Probably could. Yeah, okay. Let's try to get 7 skulls on here. Let's be ambitious. Screw it. This is already such an ambitious concept as is. First, we'll clean them all up so they're in just, standard form. We will individually assess what it requires to put it flat on there. Actually, I just realized I just had an idea. This is crazy. This might be crazy. This isn't even dry yet. Nah. We'll just have the chains, like, insinuating it. It'll make sense. Sorta, kinda. Okay, so I am thinking the towel will be here. So we need a fair bit of this chopped. Straight up chopped. And I'm gonna make some damage so it looks like it really was like cracked and broken and put like this. You talking about your thing or my thing? Actually, I need a yeah, I'm gonna do actually I'm gonna fasten this if this piece actually works, and I'll etch the thing in it later. I think I can get away with that. Players, when they get into town, are gonna have to spend about 15 days waiting for the ship to be repaired, regardless of what they do. Well then. So I'm making a set of job boards with a bunch of job quests for them. There you go. It's always little things need to be done. One black market board, one monster hunting board, one town job quest board. Nice. Alright, so first a Tau, then the Gene Stealer, I think. No, Gene Stealer would be in the back. I think? Yeah, Gene Stealer in the back, because I can make it stick it out more. Now I'm filling out missions for each. 3 should be more than enough variety. Yeah, nine missions. That seems good. Okay, I need a little bit more going on this one. This one I'll leave clean because Necron heads being metal means this could have been precision cut. Unlike the bone. Bone's likely to crack when you cut it. Oh yeah, I realize for this, I can zoom in quite a bit more. Now first, I'm probably only YouTube Crash. Unfortunately, I really like that song and that cover. But, oh well. What you got for me now, YouTube? I don't remember this song. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, it's fine. I'm wondering if I should file out a bit of a curve to form fit it. Kind of thinking, oh, never mind. Nope, we're good. We're good. We'll just leave it as is. That's fine. Yeah, I need to not mess with the integrity of the green stuff at all because the idea is I let it harden and then pry this whole thing gently off, and I paint the strips with the skulls separate from the shoulder pad, which will get like the transfer and everything beneath it, and then this laid over it and attached properly. It's very ambitious. I've not tried something like this before. This is a little crazy. It's probably the hardest one to cut properly. Yeah, it split outward quite a bit. I hope this is sufficiently entertaining for your meal, Shizu. Am I sure about this? No, it's not done yet, actually. It's hard for you guys to see, but... Oh yeah, I should do the same thing I was just thinking with the Necron, and I did not do. I should be putting a... I should be filing in a inset. I got it. So it form fits. Highest paying, most difficult job in villager job of quest board is escape Zune. Most fine returns 8 unique Zune back to the zoo safe and unharmed. That does sound impossible for a D&D party. No matter the setting. There's mostly safe animals, but also includes a lion and a tiger. Is this the sci-fi or the One Piece? Sci-fi game? Do they have like stun guns? Is that a thing? Can they set their blasters to stun? Which, by the way, why don't against organics they always use stun because as a AoE, that's like really hard to miss. Honestly, I was watching one of the Bad Batch episodes a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, dude, their stun saying is so effective. Why don't they always use this? Let's give stun pistols though, so you can get them without killing them for sure. Okay, yeah, there you go. But also, seriously, why don't against organic militaries? Why don't they use stun setting like all the time? It's easy. It's hard to miss. Legitimately, it is difficult. You have to try to miss with the stun setting. It might be shorter range, but I mean, come on, if you're doing urban combat. But stun gun still does damage, just says if they hit 0 HP, they stabilize their HP unconscious for at least 1 hour, assuming they have at least 1 hit dice left. I see. So they beat them within an inch of their life and then hit them with a stun gun. So I'd not check the unharmed box. Yeah. That's fine. Where's some bruises and broken bones and PTSD? Alright, now the human skills. You gotta essentially zap them within an inch of their life to stun them with these weapons. Yeah, that's what I said. Beat the fear of God into him and then hit him with the stun gun. I'm assuming the party will want to find tranquilizers, something similar they can use, so I'm prepping those inside one of the shops in town. There you go. Actually, never mind. Tranquilizers work on the same principle? There's only a chance they pick this one to begin with or even see it across that bridge if and when the party gets to it. Alright. Immediately on the next session, they walk up to the board. Alright, let's do the animal one. Time to needing trank darts, 40 seconds. Bloody skull. Nope. Oh, wait, nope, there it is. Aha. I'll make up an item and a price on the spot. Well, yeah, you can do that. I guess we're just going with it because I can't get it to show me what it'll look like. This is an insane amount of detail and effort for a infantry troop, but, you know, I am that kind of insane. Okay. Let's restart the thing, I guess. This cover actually killed it, if I remember correctly. Oh, there's a good number of good songs after this. Cool. I am getting real tired. I don't know what's been killing me lately. I mean, this morning I guess makes sense because I slept really badly. I didn't sleep very long, and I started my day really early and started by immediately going grocery shopping and then doing a bunch of web dev, then eating, and then streaming. So like, I've already been going for 12 hours, actively going. But the last few days, I don't know what was beating the crap out of me. Lowest paying job on the board is an old lady asking for tech help with her new computer. Did you try turning it off and turning it back on again? Make it as frustrating to the person doing that mission as possible. I mean, it is realistic. Also, I feel like the party is either all going to go on a high ping mission or each take one low ping mission each. Probably. Yo, I'm looking forward to ice cream, man. I got ice cream. I'm excited. Excited about ice cream. Still tired. Excited about ice cream. Do you remember like mood rings? I need one that has two settings. When I possess ice cream and when I don't possess ice cream. I had not filed that nearly enough, but you know what? It's in the middle. You might not be able to tell. There is actually quite a bit of bone sticking out the side. Okay, it's on there now. Never mind. Maybe if I get a new X-Acto knife blade, I can shave that off. I should wait till it hardens before I do that, though. There's gonna be some shenanigans when it hardens. That's for sure. Should probably fill out exactly what the pay is, though. Nah. You know what? I want another jawless one for the other side, and then the top will be like just a perfect human skull. Oh, here we go. There's a little jacked up one. Pre-jacked skull. That probably has a few different definitions. I'll let you figure those out. Hey, Sai, you know what? You know what one of those jobs should be? Make it through this maze made out of hedges. You just can't stand that I have the best ideas. Oh, I need way more, like, stuff gone. The depth of the filing was nice, but the depth and angle of it, but the actual everything else is all wrong. I feel this song in my soul. It's you know what one of the missions should be? Save some of your crewmates from the pirates from Bubble Island. That actually fits beautifully. That was the best one. I got good at it, guys. I got good at it on the last one. The last one I got perfect. All the rest are kind of scuffed, but you know, the last one's perfect, so we're all good. Yo, that's a pauldron. No idea how I'm gonna properly. Well, I get actually no. I know how I'm gonna paint the straps. All things considered, that's gnarly. I like that. Let's hope the thing works. My idea. All right, time to chain this because this is ready to go now. I almost think because of the height, like how tall these horns are gonna be, I've got to do some magnetizing on this thing. This thing is super tall for an infiltrator. See mission at Discord if you care enough to peek at him. Well, what if I didn't care? What would you do then? I think I should magnetize the backpack entirely, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. This is it's awesome, but it's nuts for like moving him. It's really wordy is why. Man, you know how I am about reading, man. Can't handle it. Actually illiterate. The important bits is the pay and the titles of them. Okay. Alright, I'll read off the titles and the pay. Imagine if I just revealed like I just came out as hey guys, I just want you to all know I'm actually illiterate. I can't read. Okay. Conversion rate, 1 silver equals 1 galactic credit. So I'll just say I'm in silver. Alright, we got man, this is wording. Alright, so black black market. We got assassination for 5,000 silver, so 500 gold. Thievery for 250 gold. Teach a lesson. Uh, beat the man within an inch of his life. For 50 gold. Monster Slayer. Hydra for 800 gold. Zorn, whatever that is, for 400 gold. Awaken Trees for 40 gold. Town Job Request Board. Rescue zoo animals for 300 gold. Personal Guards for 90 gold. Tech Help, 10 gold. You just have all those books to pretend like you can read? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm actually just guessing what you guys say to me. I have no idea. I'm just that good at having multiple conversations with myself. I just see people are chatting and I just insert what I think would be kind of cool as a conversation. Just keep them busy 15 days till their ship is done. Probably. I mean, hey, you said 15 days, right? Yeah, 15 days. I mean, the tech support will be 14 days of them. All right. I should probably magnetize this before I do the chain. Are the chains magnetic? Chain is probably not, but I should probably know. Mildly. Not enough to be an issue one way or another. I will keep it as it is, as it will make testing. I think it will make it easier to have to use the peg there. Yeah, okay. Since it's a sci-fi game, I'm gonna make the player give the old lady their number. No. Oh man. Alright, where's one of the ends of this chain? Oh, I found it already. And it's right next to a giant knot. Perfect. Do 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 do. Oh, next after stream, I got some work to do. Oh, I should edit some of the streams that got messed up and split up because tomorrow. Actually, no, I can do that tomorrow because those don't post till like 6 p.m. Because I got one more day of VODs going up. Which actually, at some point, I gotta split those channels. But I mean, there's so much web work to do. It's like screw it. And as I figured out, I'm all brain pooped out now, so I'll worry about the One Piece game tomorrow. Instead, I'm going to do something completely unrelated, which is watch One Piece. Sorry, I couldn't prep your One Piece campaign. I was too busy watching One Piece. Yeah. Yeah, right? Sorry, guys. I was too busy to stream. I was busy painting. Imagine if I just said that one day. I just put an announcement in the Discord. Hey, sorry guys. I just completely forgot to stream. I was too busy painting. Okay, how do I make these chains make sense? Good stream though, you don't realize it, but you helped me clean my room all day. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. I appreciate that. Green stuff them on. I did a lot of green stuff today, actually, or like a lot of like. Oh, let me zoom out. I just realized I'm super zoomed in. I did a lot of like kit bashing nonsense. It still is not actually in frame. This guy's gonna be nuts. Should watch another streamer do that for chains. Do what? Oh, green stuff with chains on. Oh, I'm not worried about attaching them. I'm just gonna glue them on. Uh, because where they're going to connect is gonna be out of sight anyway. It's just I'm trying to figure out the best arrangement. Let's put a lot of watery super glue on the chains after lock them in place. I do not do that because that would mess with priming them. Like now you got a bunch of water. Now you got a bunch of super glue all over them, messing with like the texture and stuff. I mean, if that works for them, great, but it has not traditionally worked for me. I have tried something similar. It wasn't a good time. Honestly, Wiggly changed cool vibe models. I know. That's that when the yeah, there's that too. There's only one chain that I have secured in place, and that is actually on my tank. Because what the Iron Warrior's head with the crest on it. It just refuses to sit in a way that kind of looks more or less at the person looking at the tank. So I kind of glued some of the heads and chain links together in a way that holds it up. But that's the only one. All of my other chains are free wiggle. I suppose you guys want to actually see what I'm doing, huh? You know, I'm gonna play that song again. I honestly love Miniac by Diamante. It's great to work to do like web dev stuff. Really, any of the work I do, honestly. Nope, getting. I didn't have a good hold on the backpack to start with, so that was. That's a good start. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to actually flip this link around. I think. Yeah, I think that works slightly better. I don't think that did anything. Now we wait. Now we wait. Should we have a couple things hanging from the chain? I don't know what exactly, but hmm. As like almost every timer I have goes off in the same like 20 seconds. That last one though is pretty important, gotta say. I just realized there's something of a tactical use for this skull up here. People can be shooting for that instead of the antenna, if they actually were trying to take out stuff like that. Or just shooting things that are moving, to have like a head-like object way above your head can be of a lot of use. Okay, so we're looking at something like this. Come on. There we go. Alright, so we give that a little bit to dry, and then can I? Oh, I think it's just water holding it there, actually. Oh, nope, the watery super glue went all the way down the chain, actually. I was trying to just make it so I could pull the X-Acto knife out, but it actually did flow all the way down the chain. However, hmm, I don't know what to do with this, actually. I think I just have to hold this for me to get the effect I want. Oh, wow, actually, no. This thing's already solid. Let's make sure it still fits on him cleanly. I am a modeling oh, nope, actually I'm slightly off. Ever so slightly, I think. No, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Makes contact, does not push off. I actually have every facet of this as it connects to the dude perfect. Now I'm gonna magnetize it, and that's gonna mess it up. Brilliant. So we're doing that. Whoops, I think I went all the way into the chest cavity. It's not a massive deal, really? I'm gonna get wider, yeah. Oh, you know what always got the right width on that? Where is it? I haven't used that in forever. There's Citadel's mold line remover, which really X-Acto knives do the job better, but oh no, I think I'm thinking of the Oh no, it is this. Oop, whatever. Ah, it's like ever so slightly. Yeah, I'm just gonna go one size up on the drill bit. This drill bit sucks. Not gonna lie. I don't know what's up with it. It just ain't sharp. Yeah, it needs to be significantly deeper. Getting closer. It's taking forever. Like, jeez. You know, I'm. This is risky, but there we go. Jeez. Alright, cool. Alright, I now need a backpack. I have magnetized. My old company vet sergeant. Ah. Yeah, even fairly early on, I got pretty hard into kit bashing. Most of the crazy work on this was done through third-party bits, but this was actually my first freehand, which is still kind of blows my mind. I did that good with it for my first ever freehand. It's better. It's still better than some of my current ones. Crazy. Waiting for that glue to dry a little bit. Actually, it doesn't fit perfectly now, and it's from the chain right here. However, there is a part where it sits basically perfect, and the only time you can tell is if you look directly down on. Even then, it's not easy to tell. However, it doesn't sit easily. So, I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this. Yeah, that's a better angle, actually, immediately. A lot of glue, but okay. Alright, well, let that try and see how that fit works. Ah, son of a... Alright, it was not dry enough. I'm waiting for some of that glue to dry. I'm gonna start cleaning up a little bit here. I am basically just going to finish assembling this guy, and then we're gonna call it as we're coming up on. We're a couple minutes away from 7.5 hours. It is 9:30. The next step would be priming this guy, and I am just not gonna do that tonight. Simple as. We got more spare green stuff that I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with, but hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna put a sheath knife on his other thigh. That seems like something this guy would do. Do I have any standalone sheathed knives? I feel like I do. I feel like I saw some. Never mind. I have a bunch of empty sheaths from the Reavers. And that is all, as I guess sheathed knives are not a very common thing in Space Marine kits, which is a little crazy, as I immediately find a hand holding just a knife, like just a combat blade. Not even like a Reaver one, just like a, you know, backup utility knife. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, hey, big guy. Guardsmen do drugs while fighting. Are there drugs in the lore? I do know space wolves have a high toxicity. Yeah. What you're looking for are what's the name of their planet? Savlar Chem Dogs. Their entire gimmick as an Imperial Guard Legion is that they're all like severe drug addicts. The Savlar Chem Dogs are a penal legion they are penal legion regiments that serve within the Astra Militarum. They draw the recruits from the prisons on the inhospitable penal world of Savlar by the promise that they will be allowed to keep anything they take from the battlefield, as well as a chance to get away from the Savlar's highly toxic environment. Um, do. So they're scrappers, but they're called chem dogs because um do. So Savlar, once an inhospitable mining world useful only for its rich chemical deposits, was converted into a penal settlement by the Imperium when it failed to meet its expected imperial tides in the 39th millennium. The imperial authorities began shipping in criminals who had been captured during the recent Boker rebellion by the thousand, along with the special detachments of the Adeptus Arbites to ensure productivity. Um, do. Where is the drugs part? Oh, the Savlar rebreather unit warned to filter out the toxins and poisons of the Savlar atmosphere and other toxic worlds where the chem dogs are often deployed is bulky and has four intake-outtake hoses connected to a large canister and filter mask. Somehow, during the Third Armageddon campaign, many chem dogs were able to, quote, secure a large number of the superior Armageddon power in the filter mask and been reported lost or stolen in every war zone frequented by the chem dogs. Oftentimes the chem dogs would modify the rebreather units to include nitrochem inhalers for the intake of dangerous, hyper-aggressive stimulated chemicals. The guardsmen of these regiments are also prone to carrying a number of non-standard pieces of gear, such as improved body armor, stolen civilian-made dust goggles and voxcasters, and even extremely rare archaeotech they have, quote, acquired. Um, Yeah, so they come from a highly, I mean, for the most part, they're known as like the druggy regiment. I'm trying to find the one. I thought it was these guys. I could have sworn there was a regiment where their entire deal was that they fight. Uh, they're intentionally made addicts of combat stims and they fight to receive further doses of it. I thought it was the chem dogs. Maybe it wasn't those. Mordant acid dogs? Oh, maybe it is these guys, actually. Hold on, let me try this. The Mordant acid dogs are the Regiment Astromentarum, raised in Mining World Mordant Prime, and specialized in subterranean tunnel fighting. No, no, it's not these guys. Who was it? It wasn't the Kemmler or the Savlar Chem Dogs, huh? Um, yeah, Savlar Chem Dogs. Specialties according to the lexicon of hostile environments, combat drugs, anti-orc warfare. Yeah, they were used a lot in the Third War for Armageddon. Yeah, that's the one that comes up. I guess it is that one, and I am just adding additional story to it. I don't know. Anyway, all right, this should be dry by now. Should be able to mess with this. That's pretty secure actually. That's pretty good. Yeah, that works. This guy is a monster of a dude. Just like an infiltrator. He's not even a sergeant. What I need? Oh yeah, I need one more cork and glue the backpack on it, and I guess we're done. Oh, I mean, I guess I could just let the magnet hold it there, and then the glue will do its thing. Okay. All right. Well, we uh we kit-bashed an absolute monster of an infiltrator today. Tomorrow we'll begin priming and painting him, which will probably last us through the weekend, if I had to guess. I can't imagine this guy getting painted in one day. That doesn't seem realistic. If anything, we'll prime, get the base going with the texture paints. Uh, uh, do the torso. Oh, the head should pop off and go on its own cork. Actually, it's not quite making connection. Yeah. Alright. It's still technically drying, but I just realized there's like a thing in my... I'm getting distracted. Getting distracted while just holding an X-Acto knife. Not even focusing on it. What is this thing down here that is... Oh. Ew. So... Alright, so... Cleaned up, for the most part. So... I am thankful for the people lurking. Thank you for being awesome and hanging out and doing your thing. And I will be back tomorrow to hopefully disassemble this successfully. And then prime this and begin painting this monstrosity, which has me quite excited, to be honest. I hope to finish the weekend with him done, because I want to see him finished. This guy is going to be pretty epic, honestly. And I think he's going to be my backup comms guy, is my guess, when I combat squad these dudes. But they now go off to the side, so I have room to have my dinner. Technically we're 15 minutes early, but we finished what we were doing, and chat is dead, so screw it. Actually, there's one tiny thing I could do. I guess two things now, because I am a klutz sometimes, on occasion. I realized that there was a little string wire whatever thing on this cape. Let me move the cam. And I found it, a little tassel thing. And may as well. It's a cool little feature. Can't imagine it's just a tassel, knowing that this is from a Mechanicus kit, and I think there is like a little pincer hand coming out of it. Got it. I found how it fits together. Nice. Okay, so that's fixed. Oh, it's the magnet in it. That's what's clutching it. Yeah, alright, well, that's fine. Okay, so it refuses to focus there. Anyway, Medicaid is pretty gnarly. Yeah. Uh, that's true. What's up, Shizu? Nice to see you still around. I think with that though, with all that gluing done, and we're 10 minutes before 8 hours, 4 minutes before 10 p.m., and I have to pee. We're gonna call it for tonight. And I'll be back tomorrow to prime all the stuff. Yay. So, thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you another time. I'll go, man. You too.